Story 1.
My Uber driver knew my childhood nickname. By the time I noticed we'd passed my street, it was too late. I was standing outside Luna's apartment building at 1:47 a.m., watching the little car icon on my phone get closer. My feet hurt from dancing and my ears were still ringing from the club music. It had been a good night. Luna's birthday celebration with the girls, too many cocktails, and enough laughter to make my face hurt. The kind of night where you forget about work stress and just exist in the moment with your friends. The black Honda Civic pulled up and I checked the license plate against my app. It matched. I climbed into the back seat and the driver smiled at me in the rearview mirror. He looked normal. Middle-aged guy with graying hair and a friendly face. The car smelled like pine air freshener and the radio played soft jazz. "Heading home?" he asked, pulling away from the curb. "Yeah, long night," I said, leaning my head against the window. The city lights blurred past as we drove through downtown. I watched people stumbling out of bars and couples holding hands on sidewalks. Normal Friday night scenes. I bet. You girls looked like you were having fun when you came out. Something about that sentence made my brain stutter. I lifted my head from the window and looked at him in the mirror. "What do you mean?" "I saw you and your friends leaving the building. Looked like a good time." He smiled again, but this time it felt different. My stomach tightened slightly. "Oh. Yeah." I looked back at my phone, suddenly feeling the need to track our route. We were headed in the right direction toward my apartment in the Pearl District. I told myself I was being paranoid. Uber drivers saw people coming and going all the time. It didn't mean anything. We drove in silence for a few minutes and I started to relax again. The alcohol in my system was making me tired and I felt my eyelids getting heavy. Then he spoke again. "So Zip, you still living in the same place or did you move?" My entire body went rigid. Ice water flooded through my veins and I couldn't breathe. Nobody called me Zip. Nobody except my family and my older brother who disappeared 10 years ago. The nickname came from when I was 6 years old and couldn't pronounce my middle name Elizabeth. I called myself Lizip and my brother shortened it to Zip. He was the only person who ever really used it after I turned 8. My brother Carter who vanished when I was 15 and he was 22. Carter who left for work one morning and never came home. Carter whose car was found abandoned at the waterfront with his wallet and phone inside. Carter who everyone assumed was dead even though they never found a body. I stared at the back of the driver's head and my hands started shaking. "What did you just call me?" "Zip. That's what you go by, right?" His voice was still friendly but there was something underneath it now. Something that made my skin crawl. "How do you know that name?" My voice came out higher than normal. I looked at my phone and realized we'd just passed my street. We were supposed to turn left 3 blocks back. "You missed my turn." "Did I?" "Sorry about that. I'll circle back around." But he didn't slow down. He kept driving straight, picking up speed slightly. I watched the little map on my phone as we moved further away from my apartment. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "Stop the car. I want to get out. We'll be there in just a minute, Zip. Relax." I reached for the door handle but the child locks were on. I pulled harder and nothing happened. Panic exploded in my chest and I started hitting the window. "Let me out. Let me out right now." The driver's voice changed completely. All the friendliness drained out and what was left was cold and mechanical. "You need to calm down. Nobody's going to hurt you if you cooperate." "Who are you?" I was pulling at the door with both hands now, yanking the handle over and over even though I knew it wouldn't open. "What do you want?" "I work for people who need to have a conversation with your brother. And you're going to help us find him." The world tilted sideways. My brother. He was talking about Carter like he was alive. Like he was somewhere out there and these people knew it. "My brother is dead. He died 10 years ago." The driver laughed and it was the worst sound I'd ever heard. "Is that what your parents told you?" "No, sweetie. Carter's alive. He's been hiding for 10 years and we've been looking for him. But he's very good at staying hidden. So we're going to use you to bring him out." I couldn't process what he was saying. Carter was alive. My brother who I'd mourned for 10 years, who I'd cried over and missed and grieved, was alive somewhere. And these people wanted to hurt him. Wanted to use me as bait to draw him out. "I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him in 10 years. This won't work." "Oh, it'll work. Carter's been watching you this whole time. He knows where you live, where you work, who your friends are. The second he finds out we have you, he'll come running. He always was too soft when it came to family." My mind was racing. None of this made sense. If Carter was alive, why hadn't he contacted me? Why had he let me believe he was dead? What had he done that made these people hunt him for 10 years? The driver turned onto the highway heading north out of the city. I looked at my phone and realized I needed to do something before we got too far away. I opened my messages and started typing to Luna with shaking hands. The driver was watching me in the mirror. Put the phone down. I kept typing. Grabbed my Uber driver. Not really Uber. Says Carter alive? Heading north on, the driver slammed on the brakes and I flew forward, hitting the back of his seat. My phone flew out of my hands and landed on the floor by his feet. He reached down and grabbed it, then threw it out his window. I watched it bounce across the highway in the mirror. That was stupid, he said, accelerating again. Now I have to call this in and we'll have to move faster than planned. He pulled out his own phone and made a call. Yeah, it's me. I've got the sister, but she tried to send a message. We need to move up the timeline. Pause. I'm bringing her to the secondary location. Have everyone in position within the hour. Another pause. Don't worry, Carter will come. He's predictable that way. He ended the call and we drove in silence. I pressed myself against the door and tried to think. Luna would see my message eventually. She'd know something was wrong. But would she call the police? And would they believe her? Would they be able to find me in time? We drove for maybe 30 minutes before taking an exit I didn't recognize. We wound through industrial areas and empty streets. Eventually he pulled into an abandoned warehouse district. The buildings here were all dark and covered in graffiti. No cameras. No witnesses. No one to hear me scream. He parked behind a large brick building and got out. I heard him open the trunk and then my door opened. He was holding a gun pointed at my chest. Get out slowly. Don't run. Don't scream. Just walk toward that door. He gestured with the gun toward a metal door with peeling paint. I climbed out on shaking legs. The night air was cold against my skin and I wished I'd worn more than just my party dress and light jacket. I thought about running, but he kept the gun trained on me the whole time. I walked toward the door and he followed close behind. Inside the warehouse it was dark except for some portable lights set up in the center of the space. I could see 3 other people waiting there. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in dark clothes. They looked like people you'd pass on the street and never notice. That somehow made them scarier. The woman stepped forward and looked me over like I was a piece of furniture she was considering buying. This is her? Yeah. Carter's little sister. The driver pushed me forward. She doesn't look like much. You sure Carter will actually come for her? He'll come. He's got a hero complex. He won't be able to help himself. The woman walked around me in a slow circle. Did you contact anyone? She tried to send a message to a friend, but I got the phone before she could finish. The friend might suspect something, but she won't know where we are. Good. The woman pulled out her own phone and made a call. We have the bait. Set up at the exchange point and wait for my signal. She hung up and looked at me. Your brother stole something very valuable from us 10 years ago. Information that could destroy careers and put powerful people in prison. We've been looking for him ever since, and he's been very good at hiding. But he made one mistake. He couldn't completely disappear from your life. He's been watching you from a distance, making sure you're safe. That attachment is going to get him killed. I found my voice even though it shook. What did he steal? Financial records. Documents showing how certain corporate executives have been embezzling millions, bribing officials, covering up safety violations that killed people. Your brother worked in the accounting department at Meridian Industries. He was just a junior analyst, but he was smart. Too smart. He noticed patterns that didn't make sense and started digging. He copied files he shouldn't have accessed and figured out the whole operation. By the time we realized what he'd done, he'd already disappeared with everything. My brother Carter had always been brilliant with numbers. He'd worked at Meridian right out of college, some big corporate job he was excited about. I remembered him being stressed those last few months before he vanished. Coming home late, looking tired, acting paranoid. My parents thought he was just adjusting to the pressure of his new job. So you want the files back? We want the files destroyed and your brother dead. He's been a liability for too long. The fact that he stayed hidden this long means he's smart enough to eventually figure out how to release the information safely. We can't allow that. One of the men spoke up. Are we sure he'll actually come? What if he's smart enough to know it's a trap? The woman smiled and it made my blood run cold. He'll come. I've been studying Carter Hayes for 10 years. I know how he thinks. He's been living with guilt about leaving his family behind, about making his little sister grow up thinking he was dead. He'll come because he won't be able to live with himself if he doesn't try to save her. They tied my hands behind my back and pushed me down onto a metal chair. The driver took up position by the door while the other two men moved equipment around the warehouse. The woman sat across from me and watched me with cold, calculating eyes. "How did you find me?" I asked. I needed to keep them talking. Every minute I stayed alive was another minute for something to change. "We've always known where you were. We've been watching your whole family for 10 years hoping Carter would slip up and make contact. He never did. He's disciplined. But we knew he was still watching somehow. So we waited for the right opportunity. Your friend's birthday party was perfect. Late night, alcohol involved, you'd be vulnerable and distracted. Easy to grab." "My parents. Do they know Carter's alive?" The woman tilted her head. "Interesting question. What do you think?" And suddenly I knew. The way my mom always got quiet when someone mentioned Carter. How my dad would leave the room if I wanted to talk about my brother. The way they discouraged me from going to therapy to process my grief, like they didn't want me talking to anyone about it. They knew. They'd known this entire time that Carter was alive and they never told me. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. 10 years. 10 years I'd grieved for my brother while my parents knew he was out there somewhere. Every birthday and Christmas and milestone I'd faced without him, every time I'd cried about missing him, they'd known the truth and said nothing. They knew, whispered. They've always known. Of course they knew. Carter contacted them once about 6 months after he disappeared. Told them he was alive but couldn't come home. Told them to pretend he was dead to protect you. Your parents made a choice. They decided keeping you in the dark was safer than telling you the truth. Whether they were right about that. She shrugged. I guess we'll find out. I sat there in that cold warehouse processing everything. My brother was alive. My parents had lied to me for 10 years. And now I was bait in a trap that would probably get Carter killed. The woman's phone buzzed and she looked at it. A slow smile spread across her face. He took the bait. One of Carter's watchers just got a notification that you never made it home. He'll have seen your incomplete message to your friend by now. He's probably already trying to figure out where we took you. How will he find me if I don't know where I am? We're going to tell him? In about an hour, we're going to send him a message with this location and tell him he has until dawn to show up or you die. He'll come. And when he does, we'll kill you both and take the evidence. Problem solved. I tried to think of a way out but my mind kept hitting walls. I was tied to a chair in an abandoned warehouse with 4 armed people watching me. My phone was gone. No one knew where I was except the people who wanted to kill me. Carter might be coming but he'd be walking into a trap. The woman stood up and walked to one of the men. They talked in low voices I couldn't hear. I tested the ropes around my wrists but they were tight. Professional. These people had done this before. An hour passed. Maybe more. It was hard to tell time in the warehouse with no windows and no phone. My wrists hurt from the ropes and my arms had gone numb behind my back. The adrenaline was starting to wear off and I felt exhausted and terrified in equal measure. Then the woman's phone rang. She answered it and her expression changed. What do you mean you lost him? Pause. How is that possible? You had 3 teams watching the area. Longer pause. Find him. Now. Before he finds us first. She ended the call and looked at the other people in the warehouse. Carter figured out we were tracking his monitoring systems. He's gone dark. We don't know where he is. The driver looked nervous. Maybe he's not coming. Maybe he's smart enough to cut his losses. He's coming, the woman said. He's just doing it on his terms instead of ours. Everyone stay alert. He could be anywhere. The lights went out. Complete darkness except for the glow of phones and the exit sign by the door. I heard people moving and weapons being drawn. Someone grabbed my chair and dragged me across the floor. I bit my tongue to keep from crying out. Stay quiet, a voice whispered in my ear. Not one of my captors. This voice was familiar in a way that made my chest ache. A voice I hadn't heard in 10 years but still recognized instantly. Carter? I breathed the name. Yeah, Zip. It's me. I'm going to get you out of here but you need to trust me and do exactly what I say. He was cutting the ropes around my wrists in the darkness while gunfire suddenly erupted from the other side of the warehouse. I heard shouting and running footsteps. Carter pulled me to my feet and we started moving toward a back exit I hadn't noticed before. The lights came back on just as we reached the door. The woman spotted us and raised her gun. Carter shoved me through the doorway as the shot rang out. I felt the bullet pass so close to my head that I felt the heat of it. Then we were outside and running. A car was waiting in the alley with the engine running. Carter pushed me into the passenger seat and jumped behind the wheel. He hit the gas before my door was even closed. Behind us, people poured out of the warehouse, shooting at our car. The back window exploded and I screamed. Carter drove like he was racing professionally, taking corners so fast the tires squealed and I had to hold onto the door handle to stay in my seat. He wove through narrow alleys and side streets, putting distance between us and the warehouse. I stared at him while he drove, trying to match this person with the brother I remembered. He changed. His face was harder and more lined than it should be for someone only 32. His hair was darker, like he'd been dyeing it. He'd lost weight and gained muscle. But his eyes were the same. The same dark brown eyes I'd grown up looking up to, just sadder now. Haunted. You're alive, I said stupidly. You're actually alive? Yeah, he said, checking the mirrors constantly. I'm alive. I'm sorry I let you think otherwise. I'm sorry for everything. Mom and Dad knew? His jaw tightened. I called them 6 months after I disappeared. Told them I was okay but couldn't come home. I thought keeping you in the dark would keep you safe. I was wrong about that. We drove in silence for a few minutes while I tried to process everything. My brother was alive. He'd been alive this entire time. 10 years of my life built on a lie. Where are we going? Somewhere safe. I have a place set up for emergencies. We'll go there and figure out next steps. He took another sharp turn and we merged onto the highway heading east. I need to know everything they told you. Everything they said about why they're after me. I told him about the financial records, about Meridian Industries, about the embezzling and bribes and cover-ups. He listened with his jaw clenched and kept driving. It's worse than that, he said finally. The records I have document safety violations that killed 12 workers at a chemical plant. Meridian knew the equipment was faulty and did nothing because fixing it would cost too much. When people died, they paid off investigators and buried the reports. I have documents proving executives knew people would die and decided it was cheaper to pay off families than prevent the deaths. I felt sick. That's murder. That's corporate liability that looks like murder. And a dozen other crimes. Fraud, bribery, racketeering. I stumbled onto it by accident when I was tracking a discrepancy in budget reports. Once I started digging, I realized how deep it went. I copied everything I could and got out. Why didn't you go to the police? I tried. I went to local police and they told me to take it to the FBI. I went to the FBI and the agent I talked to turned out to be on Meridian's payroll. He tipped them off and I barely escaped. That's when I realized how many people they owned. I couldn't trust anyone in law enforcement because I didn't know who was compromised. So I ran. I've been running ever since. We drove for another hour before pulling into what looked like a normal apartment complex. Carter parked in the underground garage and led me to an apartment on the 3rd floor. Inside it was sparse but functional. A couch, a desk with multiple computers, a kitchenette. This was his safe house. He locked the door behind us and checked his phone. We have maybe 2 hours before they figure out where we are. I've been rotating between 6 different safe locations to stay ahead of them. I sat on the couch and looked at my brother. Really looked at him. You've been watching me? They said you've been watching me this whole time. He had the grace to look guilty. Yeah. I set up monitoring on your social media, your credit cards, your phone. I needed to know you were safe. I couldn't be there, but I could at least watch from a distance. That's creepy, Carter. I know. I'm sorry. But it's how I knew something was wrong tonight. Your incomplete message to Luna triggered an alert. I've had people monitoring for any sign that Meridian might have found you. When I saw you'd been grabbed, I tracked your phone's last location and started working backwards. How did you know where they'd take me? I've been tracking their operations for 10 years. I know their patterns, their safe houses, their procedures. They only have a few locations in the area they could use for something like this. I checked the most likely one first and got lucky. I pulled my knees up to my chest. The adrenaline was completely gone now and I was exhausted and overwhelmed. Mom and Dad. They've been lying to me for 10 years. Carter sat down next to me. They were trying to protect you. I told them to. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be safer. Meridian would have no reason to target you if they believed you knew nothing. I was wrong. They targeted you anyway just because you're related to me. I mourned you. I grieved. I thought you were dead and I had to learn to live with that. I know. I'm so sorry, Zip. I've watched you grow up through screens and photos and posts, watching you live your life while I hid in shadows. Every birthday, every graduation, every important moment, I was there but you didn't know it. I wanted to tell you so many times but I was scared it would put you in danger. Well, I'm in danger now anyway. So that plan didn't work. He looked at me and I saw genuine pain in his eyes. No. It didn't. And that's on me. I should have found a way to end this years ago instead of just running. I should have figured out how to get the evidence out safely. I let my fear keep me paralyzed and now you're paying the price. His phone buzzed and he looked at it. His face went pale. They're moving faster than I thought. They just posted a bounty on both of us. $500,000 to whoever finds us first. Every mercenary and criminal in the state is going to be looking for us now. What do we do? He stood up and started packing a bag. We end this. I've spent 10 years hiding and it's time to stop. I have copies of the evidence stored in multiple locations. We're going to retrieve everything and release it publicly before they can kill us. Won't they just kill us after we release it? Maybe. But at least the truth will be out there. And maybe the FBI will actually investigate once there's public pressure. It's our best chance. He handed me a backpack. Pack anything you need. We're leaving in 5 minutes. I stood up but didn't move toward the backpack. Carter, I need to know something first. Everything you said about protecting me, about staying away to keep me safe. Was any of that real or were you just hiding because you were scared? He stopped packing and looked at me. Both. I was terrified. I still am. These people have been hunting me for 10 years and I've spent every day looking over my shoulder waiting for them to find me. But everything I did was to protect you and Mom and Dad. Leaving was the hardest thing I've ever done. Staying away was harder. Watching you grow up without being able to be there was torture. So yeah, I was scared. But I was also trying to keep you alive. I grabbed the backpack and started putting things in it that he'd laid out. Clothes, water bottles, a first aid kit. Where are we going? First stop is a storage unit across town. That's where I keep the primary copies of everything. Then we're going to visit someone who can help us get the evidence to the right people. Who? A journalist I've been vetting for the last 2 years. She's clean, she's got credibility, and she's been investigating Meridian independently. She'll know what to do with what I give her. We left the apartment and got back in the car. Carter drove with one eye on the mirrors constantly. Every car behind us was a potential threat. Every person on the street could be working for Meridian. We made it maybe 10 minutes before Carter swore under his breath. We've got a tail. Black SUV 3 cars back. I turned to look but he grabbed my arm. Don't look. Just act natural. I'm going to lose them. He took a sudden right turn and accelerated. The SUV followed. Carter wove through residential streets, taking random turns and running stop signs. The SUV stayed with us. More concerning, I spotted a second vehicle joining the chase. They're coordinating, Carter said. Probably using radio. This is bad. He took a hard left and we ended up on a dead-end street. Carter slammed the car into reverse and backed up at high speed. The SUV blocked the entrance to the street. We were trapped. Men got out of both vehicles with weapons drawn. Carter reached under his seat and pulled out a gun. Stay down and stay behind me. Carter, there's too many of them. I know. But I'm not letting them take you again. Then I heard sirens. Police cars appeared at both ends of the street with lights flashing. The men from the SUVs looked confused. This wasn't part of their plan. Neither was it part of ours. A woman got out of one of the police cars. She was in her 50s with gray hair and a badge that said detective. She walked toward us with her weapon drawn but pointed at the ground. Carter Hayes? My brother raised his weapon slightly. Who's asking? Detective Sarah Chen. I've been investigating Meridian Industries for 3 years. Your friend Luna called in a tip tonight about a possible kidnapping. When I heard the details, I recognized the pattern. I've been tracking similar incidents connected to Meridian. So I put out an alert to find you before they did. Looks like I made it just in time. Carter didn't lower his gun. How do I know you're not on Meridian's payroll? You don't. But I'm offering you a choice right now. You can run and keep hiding for another 10 years, or you can trust me and let me help you end this. I have people at the FBI I know are clean. I can get your evidence into the right hands and keep you both alive long enough to testify. The men from the SUVs were backing away slowly as more police cars arrived. They were outnumbered and outgunned. They retreated to their vehicles and drove away, but I knew they'd be back. This wasn't over. Carter lowered his weapon slowly. If you're lying, if you're working for them, I'll know. And I'll disappear before you can stop me. Fair enough. Now why don't you both get in my car and we'll go somewhere safe to talk? Somewhere with witnesses and security cameras so nobody tries anything stupid. We got into Detective Chen's car and she drove us to the police station. On the way she explained that she'd been building a case against Meridian for years but never had enough evidence. Every time she got close, witnesses would disappear or evidence would vanish. She'd started to suspect corruption in her own department. When your friend Luna called tonight about your message, something clicked. I'd heard rumors about Carter Hayes, the accountant who stole evidence and disappeared. I'd been trying to find you for months. Your sister getting grabbed seemed like too much of a coincidence. At the station, she took us to a secure conference room. Carter pulled out a USB drive from his pocket. This has everything. Financial records, emails, recorded conversations, documents proving they knew about the safety violations. Names, dates, dollar amounts. Everything you need to bury them. Detective Chen took the drive like it was made of gold. This is really it? Everything? That's a copy. I have the original stored in multiple locations as insurance. But yeah, that's everything? She plugged the drive into a laptop and started reviewing files. Her eyes got wider as she scrolled through documents. This is enough to put dozens of people in prison. Corporate executives, government officials, judges. How did you get all this? I was good at my job. I knew how to track money and I knew where to look for hidden files. And I got lucky. I found a backdoor into their system that let me access things I shouldn't have been able to see. Detective Chen made several phone calls while we sat there. She was calling in federal authorities, getting prosecutors involved, setting up protection for us. I watched my brother's face while she worked. He looked exhausted and relieved at the same time. Like he'd been carrying a massive weight for 10 years and was finally setting it down. Your parents, Detective Chen said during a break in phone calls. They need to know you're both safe. And they need protection too. If Meridian figures out this is happening, they might go after your family for revenge. Carter nodded. Can you send officers to pick them up? Bring them here? Already done. They should arrive within the hour. I thought about seeing my parents after learning they'd lied to me for 10 years. I didn't know if I was ready for that conversation. But I didn't have a choice. Ready or not, it was happening. An FBI agent arrived named Marcus Webb. He reviewed the evidence with Detective Chen and confirmed it was legitimate. He started making arrangements to execute search warrants and arrest warrants simultaneously across multiple locations. We'll hit them hard and fast, he explained. Coordinated raids on homes and offices before they have time to destroy evidence or disappear. Based on what you've provided, we can charge at least 30 people with various federal crimes. My parents arrived an hour later escorted by police officers. My mother saw me first and ran across the room. She grabbed me in a hug so tight I couldn't breathe. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Luna called and said something happened. I was so scared. Then she saw Carter standing behind me. She froze. Her face went through about 6 different emotions in 2 seconds. Shock, relief, joy, guilt. She started crying and couldn't stop. My father stood in the doorway staring at his son like he was seeing a ghost. Carter, my dad's voice broke. You're here. You're really here. My brother walked over to them and suddenly we were all hugging and crying in the middle of a police station conference room. 10 years of separation and lies and grief were collapsing in on themselves. I felt angry and relieved and confused all at the same time. When we finally separated, my mother couldn't stop touching Carter's face like she needed to confirm he was real. I wanted to tell you, she said to me. Every day I wanted to tell you he was alive. But Carter said it was safer if you didn't know. He said if you knew nothing, they'd have no reason to hurt you. They hurt me anyway, I said. They grabbed me and used me as bait. Your lies didn't protect me. They just made me unprepared. My father looked devastated. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought keeping you in the dark was the only way to keep you safe. Well, you were wrong. I couldn't keep the anger out of my voice. I spent 10 years mourning my brother. 10 years thinking he was dead. You let me grieve for someone who was alive. You let me go to therapy and cry myself to sleep and struggle with losing him when you knew the whole time he was okay. How was that protecting me? My mother had no answer for that. Neither did my father. They'd made a choice 10 years ago and now they had to live with the consequences. So did I. Carter stepped in. This isn't the time for this conversation. We're all angry and scared and exhausted. Let's focus on staying alive first. We can work through the family stuff later when we're not being hunted. He was right, but I still felt the betrayal sitting heavy in my chest. My whole family had lied to me. Everyone I trusted most in the world had decided I didn't deserve to know the truth. That hurt worse than the physical danger. Over the next 6 hours, we gave statements to FBI agents and prosecutors. We went through the evidence piece by piece, explaining what everything meant. The scope of Meridian's crimes was staggering. Millions of dollars stolen, dozens of officials bribed, safety violations that led to deaths. And that was just what Carter had documented. The FBI suspected there was more they hadn't found yet. Agent Webb explained they were executing warrants right now. Raids were happening across 5 states simultaneously. Corporate executives were being arrested at their homes. Government officials were being taken into custody. The whole operation was being dismantled in real time. Detective Chen set up protection for our family. Officers were assigned to watch our parents' house. Carter and I were put in protective custody at an undisclosed location until the immediate threat was neutralized. They couldn't guarantee our safety forever, but they could keep us alive long enough for the prosecutions to move forward. The journalist Carter had mentioned, a woman named Rachel Kim, published her story the next morning. It went viral immediately. By afternoon it was on every major news outlet. The evidence was public now. Millions of people were seeing proof of what Meridian had done. There was no covering it up or making it disappear. I watched the news coverage from the safe house where they'd put us. Carter sat next to me on the couch and we watched together as executives were arrested on camera. As prosecutors held press conferences announcing charges. As victims' families spoke about finally getting justice after years of being silenced. It's really over, I said quietly. Maybe. The legal process will take years. And there's always a chance someone will come after us for revenge. But the evidence is out there now. They can't bury it. That's something. We sat in silence for a while. Then I asked the question that had been bothering me since he rescued me from the warehouse. Why didn't you contact me before? Once you were established and had been hidden for a while, why not reach out? He was quiet for a long time. I was scared. Every time I thought about contacting you, I'd imagine something going wrong. I'd imagine them tracking the communication and finding you. I'd imagine putting you in danger just because I was selfish and wanted to talk to my little sister. So I didn't. I watched from a distance and told myself that was enough. That keeping you safe was more important than letting you know I was alive. It wasn't enough. Not for me. I know that now. I was wrong. I should have found a way. I should have trusted you with the truth. Instead, I made decisions for you without asking what you wanted. Just like Mom and Dad did. I'm sorry. I looked at my brother, at this stranger who used to be the person I was closest to in the world. I don't know if I can forgive you yet. Or Mom and Dad. You all lied to me for 10 years. You all decided I was too weak or too stupid or too something to handle the truth. You're none of those things. We were scared and we made bad choices. We thought we were protecting you, but we were really just protecting ourselves from having to face hard conversations. That's on us, not you. Over the next few weeks, the case against Meridian grew stronger. More witnesses came forward. More evidence was uncovered. The FBI arrested over 40 people connected to the conspiracy. Some of them started cooperating and providing additional information. The whole operation was unraveling. Luna visited me at the safe house and I hugged her so hard she complained I was crushing her ribs. You saved my life, I told her. If you hadn't called the police when you got my message, they would have killed me. I knew something was wrong. You never just disappear without saying goodbye. And that message was so weird. I called the police and they didn't take me seriously at first, but I kept calling until someone listened. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Carter and I started having real conversations about what happened. Not just about the evidence in Meridian, but about the 10 years he was gone. About what his life had been like hiding and running. About how hard it was to watch me grow up through screens and stolen moments. About the guilt he carried every day for leaving. I told him about my life too. About college and my job and my relationships. About struggling with depression after he disappeared. About how I'd convinced myself I was fine when really I was just numb. We were rebuilding a relationship that had been frozen in time when I was 15 and he was 22. Now I was 25 and he was 32, and we were different people trying to figure out how to be siblings again. My parents and I had harder conversations. My mother cried a lot and kept apologizing. My father tried to explain their reasoning and I tried to understand even though I was still angry. They'd made an impossible choice in an impossible situation. They'd chosen wrong, but I could see they'd been trying to do what they thought was best. We can't get those 10 years back, my dad said during one particularly difficult conversation. We can't undo the lies or the pain we caused. All we can do is be honest from now on and hope that eventually you can forgive us. I don't know if I can, I admit it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I'm willing to try to rebuild something. I just need time. 3 months later, the trial started. Carter and I both testified about what happened. About the kidnapping, about the evidence, about Meridian's crimes. It was exhausting and scary. Defense attorneys tried to discredit us. Reporters followed us everywhere. Death threats arrived regularly despite the protection. But we kept going. We told the truth and let the evidence speak for itself. And slowly, justice started happening. Guilty verdicts came back. People were sentenced to prison. Victims' families got closure. It wasn't perfect and it didn't fix everything, but it was something. Carter and I moved into an apartment together after the trials ended. We figured we'd spent 10 years apart and needed to make up for lost time. It was awkward at first. We were basically strangers trying to live together. But gradually we figured out a rhythm. We learned each other's habits and quirks. We started feeling like siblings again. One night about 6 months after everything ended, we were sitting on our balcony watching the sunset. Carter had a beer and I had wine and we were just existing together peacefully. Do you think you'll ever feel safe? I asked him. Like really safe, without looking over your shoulder? He thought about it. I don't know. 10 years of running and hiding does something to you. Part of me is always going to be waiting for the other shoe to drop. But I'm working on it. Therapy helps. Having you here helps. Knowing the people who were hunting me are in prison helps. So maybe eventually. Ask me again in a year. Fair enough. We sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Carter said, I'm glad you're here, Zip. I know everything that happened was terrible and traumatic and we're all still dealing with it. But I'm glad I got you back. I'm glad I don't have to watch your life from a distance anymore. I'm glad you're alive, I said. Even though I'm still mad about the lies, I'm glad you're here. I missed you. The real you, not the ghost of you I've been carrying around for 10 years. I missed you too. My relationship with my parents was still complicated. We talked regularly and saw each other for dinners and holidays, but there was a distance that hadn't been there before. Trust, once broken, is hard to rebuild. They were trying and I was trying, but it was slow work. Maybe someday we'd get back to where we were. Maybe we'd build something new instead. Either way, we were all alive and together and that had to count for something. Luna and my other friends helped me process everything. They listened when I needed to talk and distracted me when I needed to not think about it. They reminded me that life existed outside of trauma and danger and family drama. They helped me remember how to be a normal 25-year-old woman instead of just a survivor. A year after that night in the Uber, I was doing okay. Not perfect, not healed, but okay. I still had nightmares about being trapped in that car, about the warehouse, about thinking I was going to die. I still got anxious when I ordered rideshares or walked alone at night. But I was working through it with a therapist and surrounded by people who loved me. Carter was doing okay too. He'd started dating someone, a woman named Sophie who knew his whole story and wasn't scared off by it. He'd gotten a legitimate job working as a forensic accountant helping investigate financial crimes. He was using his skills for something good instead of just surviving. He still had bad days when the paranoia got too heavy, but more and more he was having good days where he felt almost normal. We were both learning how to live in a world where we didn't have to run anymore. Where the threat was gone and we could actually build futures instead of just surviving day to day. It was strange and uncomfortable and sometimes overwhelming, but it was also kind of beautiful. I thought about that night in the Uber sometimes. About how my whole life changed in the span of a few hours. About how I went from thinking my biggest problem was a hangover to discovering my entire family had been lying to me for 10 years. About how close I came to dying in that warehouse. But I also thought about what came after. About choosing to rebuild instead of walking away. About the hard work of forgiveness and trust and healing. About my brother being alive and in my life again. About justice being served even though it took 10 years to happen. My Uber driver knew my childhood nickname, and by the time I noticed we'd passed my street, it was too late. But somehow, impossibly, I'd survived. We'd all survived. And we were building something new from the wreckage of what we'd lost. It wasn't the life I'd planned or expected, but it was ours. And that was enough.
Story 2. On my 15th birthday, my mom tossed a duffel bag at my feet and said, "Time to man up and move out, we've carried you long enough." When I asked where I was supposed to go, my stepdad laughed and said, "Not our problem anymore, kid." My little sister cried as they handed me a card that read, "Congratulations. You're now your own problem. Don't call unless you're dying, and even then, text first." I stood in the rain until dark. That was 10 years ago. Yesterday, I sat across from my mother in my corner office as she clutched her resume and whispered, "Please, we really need this job, the house is in foreclosure." I slid the card she had given me across my desk, and said, "She lost it. I need you to understand something right from the start. This isn't one of those stories where everything magically works out and everyone learns a valuable lesson about love and family. This is about the exact moment I watched my mother's face crumble when she realized that the 15-year-old kid she threw away had grown up to become the one person who could save her. And chose not to. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back to that birthday. March 14th, 2015. I remember because it was Pi Day, and I'd been excited about the pizza party my math teacher had planned. Stupid, right? I was worried about pizza while my whole world was about to implode. I came home that afternoon with my backpack slung over one shoulder, still laughing at something my friend Marcus had said during lunch. The house was quiet when I walked in. Too quiet. My little sister Emma usually came running when she heard the door, all pigtails and scraped knees and questions about homework. She was 7 then. Young enough to still think I hung the moon. The living room had this weird tension in the air, like right before a thunderstorm when everything goes still. Mom was sitting on the couch with her arms crossed. Roger, I never called him Dad, never would, stood behind her with his hands on his hips, looking like he'd just won something. "Sit down," Mom said. I sat. The duffel bag was on the coffee table. My duffel bag, the one I used for overnight trips to Marcus's house. Only now it was bulging, zipper barely closed. "What's going on?" I asked. Roger smiled. Actually smiled. "We've been discussing your future, Sport." Sport. He always called me that, voice dripping with this false cheer that made my skin crawl. Like we were buddies. Like he hadn't spent the last 3 years since marrying my mom making snide comments about how much I ate, how much space I took up, how much I cost. "Your future," Mom echoed. She wouldn't meet my eyes. "You're 15 now. That's old enough." "Old enough for what?" "To be independent," she said it like she was reading from a script. "Roger and I have been carrying a heavy load, and it's time for you to contribute to your own life. We've packed your things." I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because my brain couldn't process what she was saying. "Packed my things for what? Are we going somewhere?" "You are," Roger said. His smile got wider. "Anywhere you want, really. Just not here." The words hit me like cold water. "What?" "You're moving out." Mom stood up, smoothing her shirt. Still wouldn't look at me. "It's time to man up and move out, we've carried you long enough." My throat went tight. "Are you serious? I'm 15. Where am I supposed to go?" Roger shrugged, hands spread wide. "Not our problem anymore, kid." That's when Emma appeared in the doorway. Her face was blotchy, eyes red from crying. She'd been listening. Probably the whole time. "Mommy, no," she whispered. "Don't make him leave." Mom's face flickered with something. Guilt? Regret? It was gone so fast I might have imagined it. "Go to your room, Emma. This doesn't concern you." "But he's my brother." "Room. Now." Emma ran to me instead, throwing her arms around my waist. She was sobbing into my shirt, this awful hiccuping cry that made my chest hurt. I put my hand on her head, still staring at my mother. "Mom, please. I'll get a job, I'll help out more, the decision is made." Her voice was flat. "Final. You've been nothing but a burden since Roger and I got married. We're starting fresh, and that means you need to figure out your own path." Roger walked over and held out an envelope. "Here. Consider it a birthday present." I took it with shaking hands. Inside was a card. One of those generic congratulations cards with balloons on the front. Someone, Roger, probably, based on the blocky handwriting, had written inside, "Congratulations. You're now your own problem. Don't call unless you're dying, and even then, text first." There was also $87 in cash. 3 20s, 2 10s, 1 5, and 2 1s. "That should cover you for a week or so," Roger said cheerfully. "After that, well, you're a smart kid. You'll figure it out." I looked at my mom. Really looked at her. Searched for any sign of the woman who used to make me chocolate chip pancakes on Sundays, who taught me to ride a bike, who used to call me her little man with affection instead of disdain. She turned away. "Get your bag and go," she said quietly. "And Marcus, please don't make this harder than it needs to be." Emma wouldn't let go of me. Mom had to physically pry her off, holding her back while she screamed and reached for me. The sound of her crying followed me all the way out the door. It was raining. Of course it was. Because apparently my life had become some kind of tragic movie scene. I stood on the porch with my duffel bag and my $87, watching water drip off the roof overhang. I had no plan. No plan at all. The first thing I did was call Marcus. His mom answered. She always did, even though I'd told her 100 times that Marcus and I were old enough to have our own phones. Mrs. Chen was like that. Traditional. Careful. Marcus isn't home right now, sweetie, she said. Can I take a message? I opened my mouth to explain. To tell her what had just happened. But the words stuck in my throat. How do you say that out loud? How do you admit that your own mother just threw you away like garbage? No message, I managed. Thanks. I hung up and stood there in the rain until my clothes were soaked through and my teeth were chattering. Part of me kept expecting the door to open. For Mom to come out and say it was all a mistake, a test, something stupid but forgivable. The door stayed closed. When it got dark, I walked to the public library. They were open until 9 on weekdays. I sat in the bathroom until closing, then spent the night behind a dumpster at the strip mall 3 blocks away. The duffel bag made a terrible pillow, but it kept my head off the wet pavement. I didn't sleep. Just stared at the underside of the dumpster lid and thought about Emma crying. About Roger's smile. About my mom turning away. The next morning, I used the bathroom at a coffee shop, bought the cheapest thing on the menu with 2 of my precious dollars, and tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't go to school. If I went to school, they'd ask questions. Questions would lead to investigations. Investigations would mean foster care, or worse, being sent back to that house. I'd rather live behind a dumpster. Here's what nobody tells you about being homeless at 15. The invisibility is both a blessing and a curse. Adults look right through you. As long as you stay quiet, stay clean enough, stay out of the way, you're just background noise. Another teenager killing time at the library or the food court or the park. I spent that first week rotating between locations. Library during the day. Fast food bathrooms for washing up. The park for sleeping when weather allowed. The dumpster when it didn't. I rationed my money carefully. Dollar menu items. Vending machine crackers. Water from public fountains. By day 6, I was down to $11 and starting to panic. That's when I met Victor. He ran a small landscaping business, 2 trucks, a handful of employees, mostly day laborers. I was sitting outside a grocery store trying to look purposeful instead of homeless when he walked past with an armful of supplies. You looking for work? He asked. I straightened up. Yes, sir. Bathroom making sure I looked presentable. How old are you? I didn't hesitate. 18. Victor's eyes narrowed. We both knew I was lying. But he glanced at his watch, sighed, and said, I need someone to help load mulch for the next 4 hours. $50, cash. You interested? Yes, sir. Stop calling me sir. Makes me feel old. Victor's fine. That 4-hour job turned into a regular gig. Victor needed help 3 or 4 days a week, sometimes more. He paid cash, didn't ask questions, and occasionally forgot his lunch in the truck for me to find. I'm not stupid. I knew what he was doing. But I also knew better than to turn down help when it came. You got a place to stay? He asked one evening, about a month after I'd started. Yeah, I lied. Really? Where? I looked away. Victor lit a cigarette and leaned against his truck. Look, kid. I'm not gonna call anybody or make trouble for you. But I've seen you wearing the same 3 shirts in rotation, and your backpack has everything you own in it. So I'll ask again, you got a place? The truth came out in a rush. Not all of it. I didn't tell him about the birthday card or Roger's smile or Emma's crying. But I told him enough. That I was 15. That I couldn't go home. That I was making it work. Victor was quiet for a long time. Then he ground out his cigarette and said, my cousin has a garage apartment. Been empty for 6 months. It's nothing fancy, 1 room, hot plate, bathroom the size of a shoebox. But it's dry and it's safe. I can probably get you in there for $300 a month if you're willing to do maintenance work around the property. Mowing, basic repairs, that kind of thing, $300 a month. I was making about $200 a week with Victor, when work was steady. It was tight. Really tight. But it was possible. I'll take it, I said. Victor nodded. Good. Now let's talk about school. What about it? You're going back. I can't. Yeah, you can. He held up a hand when I started to protest. Listen to me. I'm not gonna tell you some line about education being the key to success or whatever. But I will tell you this, you're a smart kid. Too smart to throw your life away at 15 because some people who should have protected you didn't. You go back to school. You get through it. And you keep working for me part-time. In a few years, when you're legal, I'll help you figure out what comes next. Deal? I didn't trust myself to speak. Just nodded. Victor clapped me on the shoulder. All right then. Let's go look at your new place. The garage apartment was exactly as advertised, tiny, dingy, with water stains on the ceiling and a hot plate that looked like a fire hazard. I loved it immediately. Going back to school was harder than I expected. Not the academics, I'd always been good at school. But facing the questions. Where had I been? Was I sick? The truancy office wanted to speak with my parents. I forged my mom's signature on a note claiming illness. Practiced until I got it perfect. The school bought it, mostly because I was a straight A student who'd never caused problems before. They had bigger fires to put out. Marcus caught me in the hallway my first day back. Dude, where have you been? I tried calling like 20 times. My mom said you called once and then nothing. Family stuff, I said. It's complicated. Well, you missed the Pi Day party. Mrs. Henderson saved you a slice though. It's in the teacher's lounge freezer. The normalcy of it, the casual mention of a party I'd been excited about in what felt like another lifetime, almost broke me. Instead, I smiled and said, cool. Thanks for telling me. I didn't tell Marcus. Didn't tell anyone at school. What would be the point? Either they wouldn't believe me, or they'd feel sorry for me, or worse, they'd try to help and end up making everything worse. I'd learned fast, the only person I could count on was myself. And Victor, apparently. But that felt different. Transactional. Fair exchange. I worked, he paid, everyone got what they needed. The next 3 years passed in a blur of school, work, and careful survival. I kept my grades up, perfect GPA, actually. Turns out having nothing to do but study in your garage apartment makes you pretty academically focused. I worked for Victor whenever he needed me, picking up other odd jobs when I could. I learned to fix things. To budget down to the penny. To make a single pack of ramen last 2 meals. I also learned to lock away the parts of me that hurt. The anger. The betrayal. The image of Emma crying while mom held her back. I built walls around those feelings and focused on forward motion. Survival first. Everything else later. I turned 18 the spring of my senior year. Victor took me out for dinner, actual dinner, at a restaurant with tablecloths, and told me he was proud of me. You did good, kid. Real good. So what's the plan now? I'd been waiting for this question. Had my answer ready. College. I applied for every scholarship I could find. Got a full ride to state, plus a work-study program. Victor's face broke into a huge grin. No kidding? That's fantastic. Yeah. I allowed myself a small smile. Business administration. I figure I should learn how things actually work if I want to make something of myself. Smart. He raised his glass of water, neither of us touched anything stronger. To your future, Marcus. Whatever you make it. We clinked glasses. I didn't tell him what I really wanted. What I thought about late at night in that garage apartment, staring at the water-stained ceiling. I wanted to be so successful, so powerful, so completely out of reach that if my mother ever came crawling back, I could look her in the eye and say no. Not for revenge. At least, that's what I told myself. Just for balance. For justice. For me. College was a revelation. Suddenly I was surrounded by people who cared about ideas, about building things, about futures instead of just surviving the present. I threw myself into it. Double majored in business and finance. Joined every networking group I could find. Worked 3 part-time jobs because work study wasn't enough and I refused to take on debt. I also, for the first time since I was 15, let people in. Just a little. Just enough. Her name was Andrea. We met in Economics 201, partnered on a project about market disruption. She was brilliant. Driven. She laughed at my terrible jokes and called me out when I was being too intense about spreadsheets. You know it's okay to relax sometimes, right? She said one night when we were studying in the library. Relaxing is how you fall behind. Relaxing is how you stay sane. She poked my notebook. When's the last time you did something just for fun? I couldn't remember. Literally could not remember. Andrea made it her mission to teach me. We went to terrible movies. Played midnight mini golf. Sat on the quad and made up stories about random people walking past. It felt strange at first. Frivolous. Like I was wasting time I should spend working or studying. But slowly, I started to understand what she meant. The work was better when I wasn't exhausted. My grades stayed perfect, but the perfection felt less desperate. Less like clinging to a life raft and more like steering a ship. Can I ask you something? Andrea said one evening. We were at her apartment, she had an actual apartment, with a kitchen and everything, eating takeout on her couch. Sure. Where's your family? You never talk about them. The walls came up automatically. Not much to talk about. Come on. Everyone has family stories. Good, bad, whatever. I stared at my food. Andrea waited. She was good at that. Waiting without pushing, leaving space for people to fill if they wanted. They kicked me out, I said finally. When I was 15. Haven't talked to them since. Her hand found mine. Marcus. I'm so sorry. It's fine. I'm fine. It's not fine. And you don't have to be fine. I looked at her then. Really looked. Saw the genuine compassion in her face, the absence of pity or judgment. Just care. Pure and simple. I got through it, I said quietly. And I'm going to make sure it was worth something. That I become someone they can't ignore. You're already someone who can't be ignored. Not yet. But I will be. Andrea became my anchor through the rest of college. She graduated a year before me, got a job at a tech startup downtown. We stayed together, navigated the transition from college couple to actual adults dating in the real world. When I graduated, top of my class, naturally, she was in the front row cheering louder than anyone. Victor came too. Closed his business for the day just to watch me walk across that stage. Your mom here? He asked afterward. No. He nodded. Didn't push it. Well. Her loss. I got recruited by 3 different firms before I'd even finished my final exams. Went with the most aggressive one, the one that promised rapid advancement for people willing to work hard. I was willing to work hard. I'd been working hard since I was 15. The next 5 years were a hurricane of 80-hour weeks, cutthroat deals, and climbing the ladder so fast I barely had time to look down. I made junior partner at 26. Full partner at 28. By 30, I was running my own division, making decisions that affected hundreds of employees and millions of dollars. Andrea and I got married somewhere in there. Small ceremony, just close friends. Victor walked me down the aisle, which felt right. He'd done more for me than my biological father ever had, and infinitely more than Roger. You good? He asked while we waited for the music to start. Yeah. Your mom reach out? No. You want her to? I thought about it. Really thought. I don't know. Victor squeezed my shoulder. That's honest, at least. The wedding was perfect. Andrea was perfect. Everything was perfect in that carefully constructed way that successful people build their lives. But there was still a gap. A hole where something should be that wasn't. I didn't let myself think about it too much. Work was a good distraction. Building my career, my reputation, my empire. Every deal closed, every promotion earned, every success achieved felt like another brick in the wall between who I'd been and who I'd become. Then came the day that changed everything. My assistant buzzed my office. Your 10 o'clock is here. Great. Send them in. I was reviewing the candidate's resume when my door opened. Standard interview for a senior administrative position. We'd narrowed it down to 3 finalists. This was the last one. I looked up. My mother stood in the doorway. She'd aged. Of course she had. 10 years changes everyone. But the changes went deeper than just wrinkles and gray hair. She looked tired. Worn. The confidence I remembered was gone, replaced by something desperate. She froze when she saw me. The resume in her hand, her resume, I realized, the one I'd been reviewing, began to shake. Marcus? I kept my face blank. Professional. Ms. Parker. Please, have a seat. She stumbled to the chair across from my desk. I watched her with the same detachment I'd use for any candidate. Noted the off-brand business suit, probably from a department store clearance rack. The scuffed shoes. The wedding ring I noticed was missing. I didn't know, she whispered. The recruiter didn't tell me the hiring manager's name, just that it was a good opportunity. Standard practice, I said coolly. We find it reduces bias in the interview process. I glanced at her resume. You're applying for the senior administrative position. Yes. Yes, I see you've been out of the workforce for several years. Can you explain that gap? She was staring at me like I was a ghost. I was a homemaker. And then, after the divorce, I had trouble finding employment. The market is competitive for people my age. Divorce? I kept my tone mildly curious. Nothing more. My husband and I split 2 years ago. It didn't work out. Roger left her. I filed that information away without comment. And before that? Before? Your work history before becoming a homemaker. Oh. I worked retail. Assistant manager at a department store. For how long? 12 years. I made a note on her resume. That's a significant career to leave. What prompted the change? Her hands twisted in her lap. My husband at the time preferred I stay home. We had children. I thought it was the right choice. Did you? Yes. At the time. I leaned back in my chair, studying her. She couldn't meet my eyes. Ms. Parker, I'll be direct with you. This position requires someone with current administrative experience, strong technical skills, and the ability to handle high-pressure situations. Your resume shows a lengthy employment gap and limited relevant experience. Why should I consider you over candidates with more recent qualifications? Because I need this job. The words burst out of her. Please, I need this job. The house is in foreclosure, my daughter's college tuition is due, and I can't lose everything. Emma. She was talking about Emma. My little sister who'd be 23 now? In college? Financial need isn't a qualification, I said. I know. She leaned forward, eyes pleading. I can learn. Whatever you need me to learn, I'll learn it. I'll work harder than anyone. I'll do whatever it takes. Please. I opened my desk drawer. Pulled out an envelope. Inside was the card. That stupid, cruel card from my 15th birthday. I'd kept it all these years, though I couldn't have told you why. Maybe for this moment. Maybe just as a reminder. I slid it across the desk. Do you remember this? She picked it up with trembling hands. Opened it. Read the message inside. Her face went white. Marcus, do you remember giving this to me? Yes. Do you remember what you said to me that day? Tears were streaming down her face now. Yes. What did you say? I told you it was time to man up and move out. That we'd carried you long enough. And when I asked where I was supposed to go, her voice broke. Roger said it wasn't our problem anymore. And you agreed. You chose him over your own son. I kept my voice level. Calm. You threw away a 15-year-old child because your husband found him inconvenient. I know, and I've regretted it every single day since. Really? I leaned forward. Every single day? Because in 10 years, I never received a phone call. Not a text. Not a letter. Not even a message through the school. So forgive me if I doubt the sincerity of your regret. I wanted to reach out. So many times. But Roger said. Roger, I laughed, sharp and bitter. The same Roger who left you 2 years ago? Where is he now, Miss Parker? Living comfortably somewhere while you're facing foreclosure? She covered her face with her hands, shoulders shaking. Let me tell you what happened after you threw me out, I said. My voice was cold now. Precise. I slept behind a dumpster that first night. Did you know that? Did you wonder where your 15-year-old son was sleeping while you and Roger were starting fresh? Please. I spent a month essentially homeless. Rationing $87. Forging your signature on school documents so I wouldn't end up in foster care. Working under the table for a landscaping company because I was too young for legal employment. Marcus, I'm so sorry. I lived in a garage apartment barely bigger than this office. I worked 3 jobs through college. I built myself up from absolutely nothing because I had no choice. Because you decided I was disposable. I was wrong. She was sobbing now. I was wrong, okay? I was stupid and selfish and I made a terrible mistake. But please, Marcus, please. I need this job. Emma needs me to have this job. She's in school, she's doing so well, but I can't afford tuition anymore and if I lose the house, we'll have nowhere to go. Emma, I said her name carefully. How is she? Mom looked up, eyes red and desperate. She's good. She's at State, studying education. She wants to be a teacher. She asks about you sometimes. She never forgot you. Something twisted in my chest. Emma. My little sister who'd cried when they made me leave. Who'd be all grown up now, making her own life. Does she know you're here? I asked. No. She doesn't. We don't talk about you much. It's too painful for her. I imagine it is. Mom reached across the desk like she wanted to take my hand, then pulled back. Marcus, please. I know I don't deserve your help. I know I destroyed any right I had to ask you for anything. But I'm begging you. Not for me. For Emma. She's a good kid. She shouldn't suffer because I was a terrible mother. I looked at the card on my desk. At this broken woman who'd once been my whole world. At the power dynamic that had flipped so completely I could crush her with a word. You're right, I said finally. Emma shouldn't suffer because of your choices. Hope flared in her eyes. But neither should I. I pulled the card back across the desk. You taught me a valuable lesson when I was 15, Ms. Parker. You taught me that when someone is no longer useful to you, when they become inconvenient or expensive or difficult, you cut them loose. You made them their own problem. No, please, I'm simply applying the lesson you taught me. You wanted me to man up? I did. You wanted me to figure out my own path? I did. And now that path has led me here, to this moment, where I have something you desperately need. I stood up. Thank you for coming in today. We'll be in touch if we decide to move forward with your application. She stood too, clutching her purse. Marcus, you can't, please don't do this. I made a mistake. One terrible mistake. No. I walked to the door and opened it. You made a choice. Choices have consequences. I learned that at 15. Perhaps it's time you learned it at 53. Please. She was shouting now, loud enough that heads turned in the outer office. I'm your mother. You stopped being my mother 10 years ago. I gestured to my assistant. Please escort Ms. Parker out of the building. Mom stood there, tears streaming, mouth opening and closing like she couldn't find words. Then she reached into her purse and pulled out a photo. Placed it on my desk. It was Emma. Recent, probably from this year. She was smiling at the camera, wearing a college sweatshirt, looking happy and healthy and so much older than I remembered. She misses you, Mom whispered. Every birthday, every holiday, she asks if maybe you'll come back. She never stopped hoping. Then she turned and walked out. I watched her go. Picked up the photo. Stared at my little sister's face. My assistant appeared in the doorway. Sir? Are you all right? I'm fine. Please make sure Ms. Parker is removed from our candidate pool. Of course. Will you need anything else? No. Thank you. She left. I sat back down at my desk, still holding Emma's photo. The high I'd expected, the satisfaction of finally getting my revenge, of showing my mother exactly what it felt like to be powerless and desperate, didn't come. Instead, I just felt empty. My office suddenly seemed too big. Too cold. I pulled out my phone. Stared at it for a long moment. Then I did something I hadn't done in 10 years. I searched for Emma's social media. She was easy to find. Emma Parker, student at State, studying elementary education. Her profile was public, filled with photos of friends, campus events, study sessions. She looked happy. Adjusted. Normal. There were no photos of our mother. I scrolled back. Months of posts. Years. And then I found them. Posts from when she was younger. 15, 16, 17. Missing my brother today. Happy birthday, Marcus, wherever you are. I hope you're okay. She'd never stopped looking for me. I sat there for a long time, staring at my little sister's words. At the evidence that at least one person from my old life had cared. Had kept caring. My door opened. Andrea walked in. She worked in a different department now, but we still had lunch together most days. She took one look at my face and closed the door behind her. What happened? I told her. All of it. The interview, the card, my mother's tears, Emma's photo. Andrea listened without interrupting, her hand finding mine halfway through. So what are you going to do? She asked when I finished. About what? Marcus. She squeezed my hand. You're not actually going to just leave her with nothing, are you? Why not? She left me with nothing. Because you're not her. Because you're better than that. Am I? I laughed bitterly. I spent 10 years imagining this moment. Planning it. And now that it's here, I should just... What? Forgive her? Give her the job? I don't know. Maybe not forgive. Maybe not forget. But maybe choose to be the person you actually are instead of the person your anger wants you to be. And who am I? Andrea looked at me steadily. You're the guy who helped his college roommate move 3 times without being asked. Who mentors junior employees even though it's not your job. Who donates anonymously to scholarship funds because you remember what it's like to have nothing. You're kind, Marcus. Even when you don't want to be. She threw me away. I know. And that was unforgivable. But this isn't about her anymore. It's about you. About who you want to be. I looked at Emma's photo again. At my little sister's smile. I need to think, I said. Andrea kissed my forehead. Okay. Think. But Marcus? Think about Emma too. She's the one caught in the middle of this, and she didn't do anything wrong. She left. I sat in my office until the sky outside went dark, turning the problem over and over in my mind. I could hire my mother. Give her the job, help her keep her house, indirectly support Emma's education. It would be the kind, generous thing to do. The bigger person move. But it would also mean swallowing 10 years of anger and pain and betrayal. It would mean letting her off the hook for what she'd done. And some small, wounded part of me wasn't ready for that. The alternative was to do exactly what she'd done to me. Leave her to figure it out on her own. Let her hit bottom and see if she could claw her way back up like I had. But Emma. Always Emma. The innocent one who'd cried when they made me leave, who'd never stopped hoping I'd come back. I picked up my phone. My hand hovered over the screen. Then I did something I'd sworn I'd never do. I reached out. The message was simple. Hi Emma. This is your brother Marcus. I know it's been a long time. I'd like to talk if you're willing. I hit send before I could overthink it. The response came faster than I expected. Within 5 minutes, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Hello? Marcus? The voice was older, but I'd have known it anywhere. Oh my gosh, is it really you? Yeah, Emma. It's really me. She started crying. Big, gasping sobs that made my chest tight. I can't believe it. I've been hoping for so long. Where are you? Are you okay? Are you safe? I'm okay. I'm good, actually. I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner. No, don't apologize. I'm just so happy to hear from you. Can we meet? Please. I need to see you in person. We arranged to meet the next day at a coffee shop near campus. I got there early, nervous in a way I hadn't been for years. What would I even say to her? How do you summarize 10 years in a conversation? Then she walked in and all my worries evaporated. She was so grown up. Taller than I remembered, with her hair cut short and confident in a way that little kids never are. But when she saw me, her face lit up with the exact same joy I remembered from when she was 7. She ran across the coffee shop and threw her arms around me. You're real. You're really real. I hugged her back, this little sister who wasn't so little anymore. I'm real. We sat down. For a moment we just stared at each other, both of us crying a little. I have so many questions, Emma said. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Are you married? Do you have kids? I laughed. Slow down. Yes, I'm married. No kids yet. And I've been around. Working. Building a life. Mom never told me what really happened. Just that you left and we couldn't contact you. Is that what she said? Emma frowned. Yeah. Why? What really happened? I hesitated. She deserved the truth. But did I really want to destroy her relationship with our mother? Emma clearly still lived with her, still depended on her. What good would it do to poison that? It's complicated, I said finally. We had a disagreement. I moved out earlier than most kids do. Marcus. Emma's voice was serious. I'm not a kid anymore. You can tell me the truth. So I did. Not all of it. Not the worst parts. But enough. The birthday, the duffel bag, the card. Being 15 and homeless and terrified. Emma's face went white. Then red. She kicked you out? On your birthday? Emma. No wonder she won't talk about you. No wonder she changes the subject whenever I ask. She was furious now, hands clenched on the table. How could she do that? You were just a kid. It was a long time ago. That doesn't make it okay. She took a shaky breath. Did you think about me? After you left? Every day. Then why didn't you come back? Even just to see me? Because I couldn't. My voice cracked. Because if I'd come back, if I'd tried to see you, they would have called the police or social services or found some way to make it worse. And I couldn't risk that. I couldn't risk them sending me somewhere even worse than where I was. Emma reached across the table and took my hand. I missed you so much. I missed you too. We talked for hours. She told me about school, about her friends, about wanting to be a teacher because she remembered how much teachers had helped her when things were hard at home. I told her about college, about Andrea, about my job, though I left out the part about interviewing our mother yesterday. Will you stay in touch this time? Emma asked as we were leaving. Please don't disappear again. I won't. I promise. She hugged me again. Good. Because you're my brother and I love you and I don't care what happened before. You're back now and that's all that matters. I drove home thinking about promises. About family. About the difference between the one you're born into and the one you choose. Andrea was waiting up when I got home. How did it go? Good. Really good, actually. Emma's great. She's smart and kind and she didn't deserve any of this. No one did. I sat down next to her on the couch. I don't know what to do about my mother. Yes, you do. You're just afraid to do it. What do you mean? Andrea turned to face me. You're not the kind of person who kicks someone when they're down. You never have been. You're angry, you have every right to be angry, but anger isn't who you are at your core. So the question isn't what you're going to do. It's whether you're ready to let go of the anger long enough to do it. She doesn't deserve my help. Probably not. But Emma deserves to have a mother who isn't drowning. And you deserve to be the kind of man who can look at himself in the mirror without flinching. I leaned back, closing my eyes. When did you get so wise? I married you, didn't I? Clearly I make good decisions. I laughed despite everything. Andrea always knew how to break tension. If I help her, I said slowly, it doesn't mean I forgive her. It doesn't mean we're suddenly a happy family again. No. But it means you're choosing to be better than the situation that made you. I thought about 15-year-old me, standing in the rain with a duffel bag and $87. I thought about that kid's determination to survive, to build something better, to prove he was worth more than the people who threw him away believed. That kid would want me to be better. The next morning, I called my mother. She answered on the first ring, voice thick like she'd been crying. Hello? Ms. Parker. This is Marcus Chen from yesterday's interview. Silence. Then, quietly, yes? I've reviewed your application further and consulted with my team. We'd like to offer you a position. You? What? Not the senior administrative position. You were right, you're not qualified for that role. But we have an entry-level administrative opening. Lower salary, fewer responsibilities, but it includes full benefits and tuition assistance programs for dependents. More silence. I could hear her breathing, unsteady and shocked. The salary should be sufficient to help with your housing situation if you budget carefully, I continued. And the tuition assistance will cover a portion of your daughter's education costs after a 6-month employment period.
Marcus, I don't understand.
Why are you doing this? I'm not doing it for you, I said bluntly. I'm doing it because Emma doesn't deserve to suffer because of choices you made. This job comes with conditions. Anything. First, you tell Emma the truth. All of it. What you did, why I left, everything. She deserves to know. Okay. Second, you don't tell anyone at work that we're related. As far as this company is concerned, you're just another employee. You don't use our connection for favors or special treatment. Of course. Third, you understand that this doesn't make us family again. You're my employee. That's all. We're not going to have holidays together or play happy family. You work here, you do your job, and you stay out of my personal life. I understand. Her voice was trembling. Marcus, thank you. Thank you so much. I know I don't deserve this. You don't. But Emma does. So does the kid I used to be, the one who would have wanted someone to help him. Remember that when you show up Monday morning. I hung up before she could respond. Andrea was watching from the doorway. Feel better? Not really. But I feel like I did the right thing. That's usually how it works. My mother started the following Monday. I made sure she was assigned to a different department, supervised by someone else. We passed each other in the halls occasionally. She always looked like she wanted to say something. I never gave her the chance. 3 months in, Emma called me excitedly. Did you know about the tuition assistance? I played dumb. What tuition assistance? Mom's job offers dependent tuition assistance after 6 months. She just told me. It's going to cover almost half my costs. Marcus, this is amazing. She was so worried about money and now things are actually looking up. That's great, Em. I'm happy for you. For us. Things are looking up for both of us now that you're back in my life. Emma and I started having regular coffee dates. She told me about her studies, her boyfriend, her dreams of teaching elementary school. I told her about work, about Andrea, about the life I built. We carefully avoided talking about our mother except in passing. Until one day, 6 months after I'd hired her, Emma showed up at my office unannounced. We need to talk, she said. I ushered her in, concerned. What's wrong? Mom told me everything. Finally. About your 15th birthday. About kicking you out. About Roger. She was crying. How could she do that? How could she throw you away like that? Emma, and you gave her a job anyway. Even after what she did. You're helping pay for my school. She shook her head. You're a better person than I would be. I'm not doing it for her. I know. That's what makes it even more incredible. Emma wiped her eyes. She wants to apologize to you. Properly. She's been working up the courage to ask. I don't need her apology. Maybe not. But maybe she needs to give it. I sighed. Emma, I don't think that's a good idea. Please. Just hear her out. That's all I'm asking. If you still don't want a relationship with her after that, I'll respect it. But give her one chance to say what she needs to say. It was the please that got me. That and the hope in Emma's eyes. She'd been caught in the middle of this for too long. Fine. One conversation. That's all I'm promising. Emma set it up for the following Sunday at a neutral location, the same coffee shop where she and I had reconnected. I arrived early, ordering tea I didn't want just to have something to do with my hands. My mother arrived exactly on time. She looked better than she had at the interview, less desperate, more put together. Regular paychecks will do that. She sat down across from me. Thank you for meeting me. You have 30 minutes. Okay. She took a breath. I'm not going to make excuses for what I did. There are no excuses. I chose my husband over my son. I prioritized my own comfort over your safety. I failed you in every way a parent can fail a child. I said nothing. Roger convinced me you'd be fine, she continued. He said teenage boys were resilient, that you'd land on your feet, that we were doing you a favor by teaching you independence. I knew it was wrong. I knew it in my gut. But I was weak and I wanted to keep the peace and I told myself it would all work out. It didn't. No. It didn't. Roger left me 2 years after you did. Turns out he didn't like having Emma around either as she got older. Too expensive. Too inconvenient. Sound familiar? Poetic justice. She smiled sadly. That's one way to put it. Anyway, he left and suddenly I had to face what I'd done. Every time I looked at Emma, I thought about you. Wondered where you were. If you were safe. If you hated me. I did hate you. For a long time. You had every right to. Do you want me to forgive you? I asked. Is that what this is about? No. She met my eyes. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I'm not asking for it. I'm just asking you to know that I'm sorry. That I was wrong. That if I could go back and change it, I would do everything differently. But you can't. No. I can't. She folded her hands on the table. You've grown into an incredible man, Marcus. Despite what I did to you. Despite everything. You're successful and kind and you're there for your sister in ways I never was. I'm proud of you. I know I have no right to be, but I am. Something in my chest loosened. Just a little. Why now? Why tell me all this now? Because Emma deserves to have her brother in her life without my guilt hanging over everything. Because you deserved to hear it years ago. And because I need to start making amends, even if they're too little, too late. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm not ready to have you in my life as a mother, I said finally. Maybe I never will be. But I can respect that you're trying to be better for Emma. That matters. That's more than I deserve. Probably. I stood up. Keep doing your job well. Keep being there for Emma. That's the best apology you can give me. She nodded, tears sliding down her face. Thank you for the chance to try. I walked out without looking back. Did I feel better after that conversation? Not really. The past couldn't be undone. The pain couldn't be erased. But there was something to be said for closure, even imperfect closure. Time passed. Life went on. My mother worked her job, slowly paying down her debt and rebuilding her life. Emma flourished in school and graduated with honors. Andrea and I bought a house, talked about maybe starting a family. And I learned something important: revenge, when you finally get it, doesn't taste the way you imagine. It doesn't heal anything. Doesn't fix what's broken. The real victory wasn't in watching my mother desperate and humiliated in my office. It was in becoming someone who could look at that moment and choose something better than cruelty. I'm not going to tell you we're a big happy family now. We're not. My mother is Emma's mother, and we see each other at holidays because Emma wants us both there. We're polite. Distant. The wounds are still too deep for more than that. But Emma got to keep both of us. She got to finish school without drowning in debt. She got to have her brother back and her mother functioning. That feels like enough. Sometimes late at night, I think about 15-year-old me standing in the rain. I think about what I'd tell him if I could go back. I'd tell him that he's going to make it. That it's going to hurt for a long time, but that pain won't be permanent. That he's stronger than he knows and that one day, he'll build a life so good that the people who threw him away will barely matter. I'd tell him that revenge is empty, but living well isn't. That the best way to prove you're worth something isn't to punish the people who said you weren't, it's to become someone who knows their own value regardless of what anyone else thinks. And I'd tell him that his little sister never stopped loving him, and that's worth fighting for. The card is still in my desk drawer. I look at it sometimes, less often now. It's a reminder of where I came from. Of what I survived. Of the person I chose to become despite it all. My mother gave me that card to make me someone else's problem. Instead, I made myself someone worth knowing. Someone who breaks cycles instead of perpetuating them. Someone who chooses kindness even when anger would be easier. That's not the revenge story she expected. But it's the one she got. And honestly, it's the one I needed to tell. Story 3. I proposed to my girlfriend of 5 years after she gave me hints. She looked me dead in the eyes and asked, "Why are you destroying my life?" Sarah and I had been together since college. 5 years of building a life together. We moved in together after year 2, got a dog after year 3, and by year 4, she started dropping hints. Not subtle ones either. She'd pause at jewelry store windows, linger on the ring displays. She'd comment on every wedding we attended, saying things like "I love how they did the centerpieces" or "that's exactly the kind of venue I'd want." Her sister got engaged last month, and Sarah spent the entire drive home talking about timeline and how some people wait too long and miss their window. I got the message loud and clear. So I started planning. I worked extra shifts at the hospital where I'm a nurse to save up for the ring. I talked to her dad, got his blessing. I even reached out to her best friend Claire to make sure I was getting the right style. Claire seemed weird on the phone, hesitant, but I figured she was just trying to keep the secret. I planned it for the botanical garden where we had our first date, bought the ring she'd been eyeing for months, and arranged for a photographer to hide nearby to capture the moment. Last Saturday evening, I took her to the garden. The sun was setting, the light was perfect, and I could feel the ring box pressing against my chest in my jacket pocket. We walked through the rose section, and she seemed tense. I asked if everything was okay and she just nodded, looking at her phone. When we got to the fountain where we'd first kissed 5 years ago, I got down on one knee. Her face went white. Not happy surprise white, but horror white. I opened the box and said, "Sarah, you're my best friend, my partner, and the love of my life. Will you marry me?" She stepped back. Actually stepped back like I was threatening her. Then she said it, "Why are you destroying my life?" I stayed on my knee, frozen, convinced I'd misheard. "What?" "Get up," she hissed, looking around like she was embarrassed. "Get up, Matt. This is not happening." I stood slowly, the ring box still open in my hand. "I don't understand. You've been hinting about marriage for months. The rings, the wedding talk, your sister's engagement. That wasn't about you," she said, her voice sharp and loud enough that an older couple walking nearby glanced over. "I never wanted to marry you, Matt. How could you think that?" The words hit me like a physical blow. "Then why would you? I need to go." She was already walking toward the parking lot, moving fast. I followed her, my legs working on autopilot while my brain tried to process what was happening. "Sarah, wait. Talk to me. What's going on?" She spun around when we reached my car, her face twisted with something between anger and panic. "You want to know what's going on? Fine. I've been seeing someone else, Matt. For 8 months. And he's going to propose soon, and you just ruined everything." The earth tilted. "You've been cheating on me for 8 months? Don't make me the villain here," she snapped. "You were never going to be enough, Matt. You're a nurse, not a doctor. We live in a rental apartment, not a house. I need more than what you can provide." I couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. She pulled out her phone and started typing frantically. "Who is he?" I finally managed. "That doesn't matter." "It matters to me." "Who is he, Sarah?" She looked up from her phone, her jaw set. "Dr. Richard Vance. He's a surgeon at your hospital. And before you make this into some dramatic thing, everyone already knows. We haven't exactly been hiding it." Dr. Vance. I knew him. He was chief of surgery, mid-40s, divorced, drove a Tesla. And apparently, he'd been sleeping with my girlfriend for most of the past year. "Everyone knows?" My voice sounded far away. "Who's everyone?" "Our friends, Matt. Claire knows. Josh and Emma know. They've all met Richard. We've been to dinners, events." She stopped herself, but the damage was done. "You've been taking him around our friends? Introducing him as what? Your boyfriend?" "My partner," she corrected. "And they understand that I needed to move on to someone more established, someone with a real career trajectory. I'm a nurse, Sarah. I save lives. That's a real career. It's not the same as being a surgeon, and you know it." She checked her phone again, then looked at me with something almost like pity. "Richard just texted. He's on his way. I called him when you started walking toward the fountain because I knew something was wrong." "You called him during my proposal? Your attempt at trapping me, you mean?" She crossed her arms. "Yes, I called my actual boyfriend when my roommate tried to lock me into a marriage I don't want." "Roommate." She called me her roommate. 5 years reduced to roommate. A black Tesla pulled into the parking lot. Dr. Richard Vance stepped out, wearing expensive casual clothes and a concerned expression. He walked straight to Sarah and put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Is this him?" Richard asked, looking at me like I was a problem patient in his ER. "This is Matt," Sarah said. "My roommate. He just proposed to me even though I've told him multiple times we're not compatible long term." "You never said that," I said, my voice cracking. "You talked about our future constantly. You said, I was talking about my future, Matt. With Richard." She held up her left hand, and I saw it then. A ring. Not an engagement ring, but a promise ring on her right hand that I'd never noticed before. "Richard gave me this 3 months ago. It's a pre-engagement ring. The real one is coming soon, and you just complicated everything." Richard squeezed her shoulder. "Let's get you out of here, sweetheart. We can talk about damage control later." "Damage control?" I repeated. Sarah looked at me with genuine frustration in her eyes. "Richard's divorce was messy, Matt. His ex-wife got the house because she proved infidelity with circumstantial evidence. If it looks like he's jumping into another serious relationship too fast, she can reopen the settlement. Your proposal, the photographer you hired who's definitely posting these photos somewhere," she gestured wildly. "You just gave his ex-wife ammunition." The photographer. I'd forgotten about him entirely. He'd captured everything. Me on my knee. Sarah stepping back. Her yelling. Richard arriving. All of it documented. You're worried about his divorce settlement? That's what matters to you right now? You have no idea what's at stake here, Sarah said. Richard could lose another 20% of his assets. His lawyer specifically told us to keep a low profile until the settlement's finalized in 2 months. 2 months, Matt. And you couldn't wait 2 months before pulling this stunt? I didn't know I was supposed to wait for another man's divorce settlement before proposing to my girlfriend. Well, now you do, she said coldly. Then she turned to Richard. Can we please go? I can't be here anymore. Richard nodded and guided her toward his car. She went willingly, not looking back. He opened the passenger door for her, and just before she got in, she turned to face me one last time. I'll come get my stuff from the apartment tomorrow while you're at work. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. They drove away. I stood there in the parking lot holding a $6,000 engagement ring, watching the taillights disappear. The photographer emerged from the bushes, camera in hand, looking uncomfortable. I got everything, he said quietly. Do you still want the photos? I nodded numbly. Send me everything. He left. I sat down on the curb, the ring box still open in my hand. My phone started buzzing. Text messages flooding in. I opened them. Claire, I'm so sorry. I wanted to tell you but Sarah made me promise. Are you okay? Josh, dude, I just saw the photos. Why didn't you listen when I tried to warn you last month? Emma, Richard's pissed. Sarah's crying. What were you thinking? I stared at that last message. What was I thinking? I was thinking I was proposing to my girlfriend. I was thinking 5 years meant something. I was thinking the hints were for me. I drove home in a daze. Our apartment, my apartment now, I guess, felt different when I walked in. I started noticing things I'd been blind to. Her closet was half empty. The photos of us on the walls were gone, replaced with generic art. The shared calendar on the fridge had nothing written past next week. I opened her nightstand drawer, something I'd never done before. Inside were papers. Lots of papers. I pulled them out and my hands started shaking as I read. Lease applications for luxury apartments downtown. All listing Richard Vance as co-applicant, dated from 4 months ago. Credit card statements for a card I didn't know she had, showing purchases at expensive restaurants I'd never been to, jewelry stores, a weekend trip to Napa Valley that she'd told me was a girl's trip with Claire. There was a folder labeled financial planning. I opened it. Inside were printouts of my salary, my savings account balance, my 401k statement. Notes in Sarah's handwriting, M's assets, $43,000 savings, $67,000 retirement, $12,000 checking. Total liquid, $55,000. Total assets, $122,000. Split 50-50 equals $61,000. R says I should file common law or cohabitation claim. Check state laws. She'd been planning to take half of everything I owned. I kept digging through the papers. There was an email chain between Sarah and a family lawyer, dated from 6 months ago, discussing how to establish a common law marriage claim in our state. The lawyer's response said it was difficult to prove in our state, but she could potentially argue for palimony based on economic dependency if she could show she'd sacrificed career opportunities to maintain our household. That was a lie. Sarah worked as a marketing coordinator making $55,000 a year. I made $68,000 as a registered nurse. I paid 60% of our rent and utilities because I made more. She didn't sacrifice anything. Another email, from 3 months ago. Sarah, based on our discussion, I recommend you do not marry Matthew. If you marry him, then divorce him, you'll only get 50% of marital assets acquired during the marriage. However, if you can delay any formal engagement and establish that he made verbal promises of support, we can argue for palimony or a cohabitation settlement. The longer you live together without marriage, the stronger your case becomes. Document everything he pays for and any promises he makes about your future. I sat down hard on the couch. She'd been advised not to marry me so she could take more of my money. The hints weren't hints. They were bait. She was building a case. My phone rang. Sarah. What? I answered, my voice hollow. I'm coming tomorrow at noon to get my things. I need you to not be there. This is my apartment, Sarah. The lease is in my name only. Our apartment, Matt. I've lived there for 3 years. I have rights. Actually, you don't. I checked the lease before calling you back. You're not on it. You're a guest. Silence. Then, you're really going to do this? Make me homeless? Make you homeless? You have apartment applications with your surgeon boyfriend. You've been planning to leave for months. Did you go through my things? Her voice went shrill. That's invasion of privacy, Matt. That's illegal. It's my apartment. You left papers in a drawer. I found them. You had no right. Were you planning to sue me for palimony? Long silence. It was just a consultation. I was exploring my options. Your options for stealing my money. It's not stealing if I'm entitled to it. I gave you 3 years of my life, Matt. I maintained your home, I supported your career. You worked full time and paid 40% of the rent. That's not maintaining my home like you were some housewife. I could have been making more money if I hadn't stayed with you. I turned down job opportunities because you didn't want to relocate. That was another lie. She'd never mentioned any job opportunities in other cities. But I was too tired to argue. Come get your stuff tomorrow. I'll have it boxed and ready in the living room. You have 30 minutes. If you're not done by 12:30, I'm calling the police. You can't just. I hung up. Then I called the apartment complex office and explained the situation. The manager confirmed that Sarah had no legal right to the apartment and that I could have the locks changed. I scheduled it for tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Next, I called my bank. I moved my savings to a new account and removed Sarah's name from my checking account. She'd been an authorized user on my credit card too. I removed her from that. Then I called my parents. My dad answered, cheerful. Hey Matt. How'd it go? Is she crying happy tears? Dad, I need to tell you something. I told them everything. My mom cried. My dad got quiet and angry. He wanted to drive up immediately, but I convinced him to wait. I needed to handle this myself first. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, our bed, and looked at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the past year. The times she'd been working late. The weekend trips that didn't include me. The way she'd stopped saying I love you without me noticing exactly when it ended. Around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed. Claire. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Sarah said she'd cut me off completely if I said anything. But I should have told you anyway. You deserve to know. How long have you known? Since month 2. She brought Richard to a girls' night and introduced him as her boyfriend. I thought you guys had broken up. When I found out you were still together, I confronted her. She told me you and her had an understanding and that you knew about Richard. I didn't know. I know that now. I'm so sorry, Matt. Did everyone really know? Most of our friend group, yeah. Josh tried to hint at it last month. Do you remember when he asked if you and Sarah were in a good place and if you were sure about everything? I did remember. I'd told him we were great, planning for the future. He'd looked uncomfortable and changed the subject. They all thought I knew? Some of them. Others knew you didn't but didn't want to get involved. Sarah's very good at controlling narratives. We talked for another hour. Claire told me things I didn't want to know. How Sarah complained about me constantly to their friends. How she called me safe and boring. How Richard was her real boyfriend and I was just the guy paying her rent while she waited for something better. After we hung up, I got up and started packing Sarah's belongings. I filled box after box with her clothes, her books, her decorations. Every item felt like another small betrayal. This sweater I'd bought her for Christmas. These shoes she'd worn on our anniversary dinner. The framed photo from our vacation to Colorado, except when I looked closer, I realized the frame was new, and the photo inside was different. She'd replaced our photo with one of just herself. By 5 a.m., I had everything packed. 15 boxes stacked in the living room. I even packed the food she'd bought, the shampoo she used, her coffee mugs. Everything. The locksmith arrived at 10 a.m. as scheduled. By 10:30, I had new keys and a changed deadbolt. At 11:45, I moved all the boxes into the hallway outside my apartment door and waited. Sarah arrived at noon exactly with Richard and another woman I didn't recognize. Why are my things in the hallway? Sarah demanded. Because you don't live here anymore. Take your boxes and go. Richard stepped forward. Look man, let's be adults about this. I am being an adult. An adult who's not letting his ex-girlfriend and her affair partner into his apartment. The other woman spoke up. Mr. Donovan? I'm Susan Chen, Ms. Parker's attorney. My client has a legal right to retrieve her belongings and we have reason to believe you may have damaged or withheld some of her property. Everything she owned is in these boxes. She can check them right here in the hallway. We need to verify that. No. You need to take these boxes and leave. If anything's missing, she can itemize it and I'll mail it to her. She's not coming inside. Sarah started crying. Actual tears. Richard put his arm around her. Baby, it's okay. We don't need anything from him. My grandmother's necklace, Sarah sobbed. He probably took it. It's worth $15,000. I went back inside and returned with a small jewelry box. This necklace? The one you told me was a $40 Amazon purchase? Funny how it became a family heirloom worth thousands. Susan Chen took the box from me. Are there any other valuable items you need to retrieve, Ms. Parker? Sarah wiped her eyes, clearly trying to think of what else she could claim. My laptop. Where's my laptop? In box 7. With the charger. My important documents. Box 12. You went through my documents? Her tears vanished, replaced by anger. Those are private. They were in my apartment. I packed them. I didn't read them. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. Susan Chen looked at the boxes, then at me. Mr. Donovan, my client is willing to forego any palimony claims if you're willing to split the shared assets acquired during your cohabitation 50-50. So there it was. The real reason for the lawyer. I don't have any shared assets with Sarah. Everything in that apartment was purchased by me, with my money, before she moved in or after she stopped contributing. If she wants to claim otherwise, she can take me to court. We will, Susan said smoothly. Ms. Parker maintained your household for 3 years. She cooked, cleaned, provided emotional support. She worked full-time and paid 40% of the rent. She did dishes twice a week and her own laundry. I did all the cooking. This isn't 1950 and she wasn't a housewife. Tell your client to take her boxes and stop trying to extort me. Richard's face was getting red. You're being completely unreasonable. Am I? Should I be more reasonable? Like you were when you started sleeping with another man's girlfriend? Or like Sarah was when she planned to sue me for palimony while pretending to want to marry me? Susan Chen held up a hand. Mr. Donovan, these accusations aren't accusations. They're facts. Sarah can confirm them, or I can send you copies of the emails between Sarah and her previous lawyer discussing the exact strategy you're trying right now. Sarah's face went pale. You didn't? I did. I photographed every document in that folder. Timestamped and backed up in 3 locations. Susan Chen looked at Sarah, then at the boxes. Ms. Parker, I think we should take your belongings and regroup. But now, Ms. Parker. It took them 20 minutes to carry all the boxes down to Richard's Tesla. Sarah kept looking back at me like she wanted to say something, but Susan kept hurrying her along. When the last box was loaded, Sarah walked back to the building entrance where I was standing. Matt, I'm sorry it ended like this. I really did care about you. No, you didn't. You cared about what I could provide. There's a difference. That's not fair. You're right. It's not fair. It's not fair that I spent 5 years building a life with someone who was planning an exit strategy from month 8. It's not fair that our friends knew and nobody told me. It's not fair that you tried to steal my money on your way out. So yeah, Sarah, it's not fair. But it's over. Don't contact me again. I turned and walked back inside before she could respond. I heard Richard calling her name, heard her heels clicking on the pavement as she ran back to his car. Then they were gone. I stood in my apartment, my empty, quiet apartment, and felt the weight of it all crash down. I sat on the floor and cried for the first time since the proposal. Not for Sarah, really. For the 5 years. For the future I'd imagined. For the humiliation of being the last to know. My phone buzzed. A text from Claire, Josh and Emma are coming over. Don't argue. We're bringing food and we're not leaving until you eat something. They arrived an hour later with pizza, beer, and genuine remorse. Josh apologized for not being more direct. Emma admitted she'd hated watching Sarah manipulate me but didn't know how to intervene without proof. Claire cried and hugged me and said she'd choose me in the friend divorce. We sat on the floor of my living room eating pizza, and they told me stories about Sarah I'd never heard. How she'd trash-talked me behind my back. How she'd told people I was placeholder boyfriend until she found someone better. How she'd mocked my proposal plans to Richard before it even happened. She knew? I asked. She knew I was going to propose? She figured it out, Emma said quietly. You talked to her dad. She saw the transaction on your credit card when you bought the ring. She told Richard about it and they laughed. She said she'd reject you publicly so Richard could rescue her and look like the hero. It was all theater? All of it. I'm sorry, Matt. We drank and talked until midnight. When they left, I felt marginally better. Not good, but better. I wasn't alone, at least. The next morning, I woke up to 47 notifications on social media. The photographer had posted the proposal photos with Sarah's permission. The caption read, "Sometimes the answer is no, and that's okay." Celebrating Sarah's courage to be honest about her feelings. Hashtag authentic living, hashtag knowing your worth. The comments were brutal. Half the people were praising Sarah for standing in her truth. The other half were asking what kind of person rejects a proposal like that. Several people tagged Richard Vance. A few tagged me. I deleted all my social media apps and took a shower. When I got out, my phone was ringing. Unknown number. Hello? Mr. Donovan, this is Detective Angela Reyes with the Fraud Division. I'm calling about a complaint filed by Dr. Richard Vance regarding alleged theft of financial documents belonging to Ms. Sarah Parker. Are you available to discuss this? My stomach dropped. She reported me for theft? Dr. Vance did, on her behalf. He claims you unlawfully obtained and photographed confidential legal documents and are using them for blackmail. They were in my apartment. In a drawer. I'm allowed to look through drawers in my own apartment. Can you prove the documents were in your residence? The papers themselves have my address on them. The emails were printed, and some reference my apartment as her place of residence. I can forward you the photographs if you need them. Please do. Send them to this email address. She rattled off an email and I wrote it down. Mr. Donovan, I should inform you that Dr. Vance has significant resources and connections within the city. This complaint may escalate. Are you warning me or threatening me? I'm informing you. There's a difference. She paused. Off the record? Send me everything you have. Document everything. If this is what it looks like, you're not the one who should be worried. I sent her the photographs within an hour. Every email, every document, every note about my assets. I also sent her the timeline of Sarah's lawyer consultations and the proof that Sarah had been advised to avoid marriage in order to pursue palimony. Detective Reyes called back 3 hours later. Mr. Donovan, thank you for your cooperation. I'm going to be straight with you. What Ms. Parker and her attorney attempted is legally questionable at best and potentially fraudulent at worst. However, pursuing criminal charges would be difficult and expensive. My recommendation is to consult with a civil attorney about a restraining order and a cease and desist regarding the theft claims. They're still pushing the theft angle? Dr. Vance filed an official complaint this morning. Ms. Parker is alleging you stole approximately $8,000 worth of jewelry, electronics, and personal items when you packed her belongings. I have photographs of everything I packed. Timestamped. And I handed her the jewelry box personally in front of witnesses. Then you'll be fine. But lawyer up, Mr. Donovan. These people aren't going to let this go quietly. I called a lawyer that afternoon. His name was Marcus Webb, and Claire's brother had used him for his divorce. Marcus listened to my story, reviewed my evidence, and leaned back in his chair. Okay. Here's what we're dealing with. Sarah and Richard want to intimidate you into either paying them off or backing down from exposing their relationship. Richard's divorce settlement is still pending, and if his ex-wife finds out he was in a serious relationship during the separation period, she can reopen the case and go after more assets. So this is about protecting Richard's money? Mostly. Sarah probably also wants to avoid looking bad publicly. The proposal photos made her look cruel, and people are starting to ask questions about Richard. They need to control the narrative, and that means silencing you. How do they silence me? Lawsuits. Harassment. Character assassination. They'll claim you're a stalker, that you stole from Sarah, that you're mentally unstable. They'll try to make you the villain so anything you say about them looks like revenge from a crazy ex. What do I do? Marcus smiled. We beat them to it. We file a civil suit against Sarah for attempted fraud and against Richard for alienation of affection. Can we do that? Alienation of affection is still actionable in this state. It's rare, but it applies when a third party purposefully interferes with a marriage or long-term relationship. You and Sarah lived together for 3 years. We can argue a common law-style relationship existed, and Richard knowingly interfered with it. Will we win? Win? Maybe. But that's not the point. The point is discovery. If we sue, we get to subpoena Richard's financial records, his communications, his divorce records. We get to depose Sarah about her fraud attempts. Everything becomes public record. Richard's ex-wife will find out about Sarah, and his settlement will implode. You want to use the lawsuit as leverage? I want to use it as mutually assured destruction. They drop their theft claims and harassment, or we make Richard's affair and Sarah's fraud attempts very, very public. We filed the lawsuit on Wednesday. By Friday, Susan Chen called Marcus requesting an emergency meeting. They met without me. Marcus called afterwards. They're willing to settle. Sarah drops all theft allegations, signs an affidavit saying she was never a common law spouse and has no claim to your assets, and both she and Richard agree to a mutual non-disparagement clause. You drop the alienation suit and agree not to provide any information to Richard's ex-wife. What about my money? My reputation? She pays you $10,000 for emotional distress and reimburses your legal fees. The non-disparagement clause protects your reputation going forward. It's not perfect, but it's clean. I thought about it for exactly 5 seconds. Deal. The settlement was finalized the following Tuesday. I signed papers in Marcus's office while Sarah and Richard signed in Susan's office across town. Sarah's $10,000 check cleared on Thursday. I used part of it to pay Marcus, part to replace the furniture Sarah had taken. She'd claimed the couch and dining table were gifts she'd given me, so I let her have them rather than fight, and the rest went into savings. The proposal photos disappeared from social media. Sarah's Instagram went private. Richard's Facebook page vanished entirely. The settlement worked. But the damage was done. My coworkers knew. My neighbors knew. My family knew. I was the guy who got rejected at the hospital. I was the guy whose girlfriend cheated with Dr. Vance in my social circle. I was the guy who got played for 5 years to myself. I started therapy in week 3. My therapist, Dr. Caroline Kim, specialized in betrayal trauma. She helped me understand that I'd been a victim of something called financial grooming. Sarah had slowly positioned herself to maximize profit from our relationship while maintaining plausible deniability about her intentions. She was always planning to leave, Dr. Kim explained. But she needed to time it perfectly to maximize her exit payout. Your proposal forced her hand before she was ready, and that's why she reacted so strongly. She called it destroying her life. Because you disrupted her plan. She'd laid groundwork for a palimony claim, but your proposal would have turned it into a simple divorce with a 50-50 split. She would have gotten less. So from her perspective, you were destroying her financial strategy. How did I miss it? Because you loved her and trusted her. That's not a character flaw, Matt. That's what people in healthy relationships do. But it had been a character flaw, hadn't it? I'd ignored red flags. The growing emotional distance. Her increasing focus on money and status. The way she'd started comparing me to other people's partners. Dr. Kim had me write a list of all the warning signs I'd missed. It took 4 pages. By the time I finished, I felt like an idiot and a genius simultaneously. An idiot for missing it all, a genius for finally seeing it clearly. Josh invited me to join his gym. Emma set me up on a date with her coworker. It didn't work out, but it was nice to try. Claire became my unofficial social coordinator, making sure I got out of the apartment at least twice a week. My parents visited for a weekend and helped me redecorate, erasing the last traces of Sarah from the space. I started sleeping better. Eating better. I joined a support group for people who'd experienced infidelity. I heard stories worse than mine and stories similar to mine, and all of it helped me feel less alone. 3 months after the proposal, my dad called with news. You're not going to believe this. Remember Richard Vance? Unfortunately. His ex-wife found out about Sarah anyway. Someone sent her the original proposal photos with timestamps showing Richard and Sarah were together during his separation. His settlement got reopened. He's losing the house. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I just felt tired. How did she find out? No idea. But there's more. Sarah got fired from her marketing job. Apparently, she'd been using company resources to plan her personal life and got caught when IT did a routine audit. Who told you this? Josh's girlfriend works in her building. It's all over their office. I thanked my dad and hung up. I didn't feel happy about Sarah's misfortune. I didn't feel anything, really. It was like hearing about strangers. That night, Sarah called me for the first time since the settlement. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. What do you want, Sarah? I need your help. Her voice was small, scared. Richard broke up with me when his ex found out. He's blaming me for everything. And I lost my job, and I can't afford my new apartment without his help, and she started crying. I don't have anyone else to call. Call Claire. Claire won't return my messages. None of our friends will. I think Richard told them things about me. You mean he told them the truth? Matt, please. I know I hurt you, but I'm desperate. Can I just stay on your couch for a few weeks until I figure things out? No. Matt, you made your choices, Sarah. You chose Richard. You chose to plan stealing my money. You chose to humiliate me publicly. You chose to sue me for theft. Now you're choosing to live with those consequences. I'm not your safety net. But where am I supposed to go? That's not my problem anymore. Don't call me again. I blocked her number. Then I blocked Richard's. Then I went to bed and slept through the night for the first time in months. Work got easier. The hospital gossip moved on to other dramas. Dr. Vance took a position at a different hospital in another city, and the hallway chatter about the affair finally died down. I picked up extra shifts and saved aggressively, determined to buy a house and build something that was completely mine. I dated occasionally. Nothing serious, but I was learning to trust again. Learning to recognize red flags. Learning that not everyone was Sarah. Claire met me for coffee 6 months after the proposal. I have news, she said, looking uncomfortable. What kind of news? Sarah news. She moved back in with her parents. She's working retail part-time and trying to rebuild. She asked me to ask you if you'd be willing to meet with her to find closure. No. I told her you'd say that. Why are you even telling me this, Claire? Because she's struggling, and part of me feels bad for her. I know that's stupid, considering what she did, but it's not stupid. She was your friend. But she's not my problem. Claire nodded. I know. I just wanted you to hear it from me instead of running into her somewhere. Is she staying in the city? Her parents live 2 hours north. She's up there. Good. We changed the subject. Claire was dating someone new, a teacher she'd met at a bookstore. I was happy for her. Happy for everyone who was moving forward with their lives. I ran into Dr. Vance's ex-wife at a hospital fundraiser 8 months after the proposal. She introduced herself and thanked me. For what? I asked, confused. For helping me see who Richard really was. I know the photos came from you. They didn't. I honored the settlement. Maybe not directly. But someone sent them, and I doubt it was a coincidence. She smiled. Either way, thank you. I got the house and full custody of the kids. Richard's living in a condo and paying child support. Justice, finally. I'm glad it worked out for you. Are you? She studied me. You look like you're healing. That's good. Sarah did you a favor, you know. How do you figure? She showed you who she was before you married her. Imagine if you'd found out after 5 years of marriage, with kids and a mortgage. This way, you lost time. But you didn't lose your future. I thought about that for a long time after she walked away. She was right. In a twisted way, Sarah's rejection had saved me. Saved me from a fraudulent marriage, from years of being used, from a divorce that would have been even messier and more expensive. 1 year after the proposal, I bought a house. Small, 2-bedroom, manageable mortgage. I painted the walls myself. Picked out furniture I actually liked instead of compromising. Adopted a dog, a rescue mutt named Apollo who slept at the foot of my bed and greeted me like I was the best thing in his world. I was healing. Slowly, imperfectly, but healing. Claire and Josh threw me a housewarming party. Emma brought her new boyfriend. My parents came down for the weekend. The house was full of people who actually cared about me, people who'd proven themselves during the worst period of my life. My dad pulled me aside at one point. I'm proud of you, son. You handled this with a lot more grace than I would have. I didn't feel graceful. You were. You didn't let it destroy you. You didn't let her turn you bitter. That takes strength. Maybe he was right. I didn't feel strong most days, but I was standing. I was working. I was moving forward. That night after everyone left, I sat on my back porch with Apollo curled up next to me. I thought about Sarah. About the proposal. About the girl who'd looked at me with disgust and asked why I was destroying her life. I wasn't destroying her life. I was building mine. And for the first time since that awful day at the botanical garden, I felt something close to peace. Not happiness yet, but peace. The knowledge that I'd survived. That I'd learned. That I was going to be okay. Life wasn't fixed. I still had moments of anger, moments of wondering what I'd missed or what I could have done differently. My therapist said those moments would get less frequent over time, and I believed her. Because they already were. I still avoided the botanical garden. Still felt a spike of anxiety when I passed jewelry stores. Still sometimes woke up in the middle of the night wondering if I'd ever be able to fully trust someone again. But I also laughed more. Worked out regularly. Started a book club with some hospital colleagues. Went hiking with Josh on weekends. Learned to cook something other than pasta and frozen pizza. I was rebuilding. Slowly. But rebuilding. 2 years after the proposal, I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a single page in Sarah's handwriting. Matt, I know I have no right to contact you, and I won't again after this. I just needed you to know that I'm sorry. Truly, deeply sorry for what I did to you. I was selfish and cruel, and you deserve so much better. I've spent the past 2 years in therapy trying to understand why I made those choices, and I still don't have a good answer. I wanted more than I had, and I convinced myself I was entitled to it. I used you, and that was wrong. I don't expect forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I see clearly now what I couldn't see then. You were the good man, and I threw you away. I hope you're happy. I hope you found someone who deserves you. I hope you never think about me at all anymore. You deserve that peace. Sarah. I read it twice, then put it in a drawer. I didn't respond. Didn't need to. She was right, I had found peace. Not because I'd forgiven her or forgotten what happened, but because I'd stopped letting it define me. The proposal wasn't the worst thing that ever happened to me. It was the thing that woke me up. The thing that showed me I'd been settling. The thing that pushed me to build a life that was actually mine, not a compromise with someone who didn't value me. 3 years after the proposal, I met someone. Her name was Rachel. She was an elementary school teacher, and she made me laugh. Really laugh, not polite chuckles but genuine belly laughs that made my sides hurt. We met at Josh's wedding, bonded over our mutual confusion about wedding traditions, and exchanged numbers. Our first date was coffee. Our second was a hike. Our third was cooking dinner at my place while Apollo supervised from his dog bed. By date 5, I told her about Sarah. All of it. The proposal, the affair, the fraud attempts, the settlement. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she took my hand. Thank you for telling me. That must have been awful. Do you still love her? No. I don't think I ever really loved her. I loved who I thought she was. But I'm still healing from it. Still learning to trust again. That's honest, Rachel said. I appreciate honest. We took it slow. So slow. It took me 4 months to say I loved her. 6 months before I could fully relax around her. 8 months before I stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop, for her to reveal she was using me or lying to me or planning to leave. But she never did. She was patient with my anxiety, understanding about my boundaries, and honest about her own fears and flaws. She was real in a way Sarah never had been. 4 years after the proposal, I proposed again. To Rachel. At a different botanical garden, in a different city, with different friends hiding in the bushes with cameras. This time, when I got down on one knee, she cried. Happy tears. And she said yes. Emphatically, immediately, joyfully yes. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with the people who'd been there for me during the worst time of my life. Josh was my best man. Claire caught the bouquet. My parents cried. Apollo wore a bow tie and supervised from the front row. During the reception, Claire pulled me aside. I'm so happy for you. You deserve this. Thank you for sticking around. For not giving up on me when things were bad. That's what friends do. Although I have to admit, I never thought I'd see you this happy again. Me neither. Rachel joined us, sliding her arm around my waist. What are you two gossiping about? Old times, Claire said. Bad old times that led to good new times. Rachel looked up at me. I'm glad you went through what you went through. Not because you deserved it, but because it brought you here. To us. She was right. I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone, but I couldn't regret it either. Because it had taught me what I wanted, what I deserved, and what real love looked like. That night, as Rachel and I drove away from the reception with "just married" written on the car windows, I thought about Sarah one last time. Wondered if she was happy, if she'd found whatever she was looking for. Then I let the thought go. I wasn't destroying anyone's life anymore. I was living mine. And that was enough. Story 4.
My abusive ex showed up drunk at my graduation party to try to force me to get back together, not knowing my new 6 feet 4 inches professional fighter boyfriend was in the kitchen listening to everything. The drink was still cold in my hand when I heard his voice at the door. Where is she? I need to see her. Get out of my way. Marcus. My whole body went rigid. Jasmine grabbed my arm, her nails digging in. Is that? Yeah. The word came out flat. 2 years. 2 years since I'd escaped, since I'd changed my number and moved across town and rebuilt myself piece by piece. 2 years of therapy and restraining orders that expired and learning to sleep without nightmares. And he was here. At my graduation party. In my apartment. Babe? Damon appeared beside me, his 6 feet 4 inches frame filling the hallway entrance. His fighter's instincts were already engaged, I could see it in the way he positioned himself slightly in front of me. You want me to handle this? No. I set down the drink. My hands were shaking, but I kept my voice level. Everyone heard him force his way in. Let's see what he wants. Jasmine squeezed my hand once, then melted back toward the kitchen. I watched as my other friends, Tyler, Morgan, Chris, caught on and moved to different positions. Not leaving. Just watching. Witnesses. Marcus stumbled into the living room and the smell of whiskey hit me from 6 feet away. His shirt was half untucked, his eyes bloodshot and wild. When he saw me, something flickered across his face. Relief? Rage? There you are. He moved toward me and Damon shifted almost imperceptibly. Marcus stopped. Called you 50 times. You blocked me again. The restraining order expired, but that doesn't mean I want contact, I said carefully. You need to leave, Marcus. Leave? No. No, he laughed and it sounded unhinged. We need to talk. About us. About what you did to me. What I did. The words escaped before I could stop them. Walking away like I was nothing. Like everything we had meant nothing. His voice cracked and he wiped his face sloppily. I loved you. I gave you everything. The room felt too small suddenly. Too hot. Damon's presence beside me was the only thing keeping me grounded. You need to go, I repeated. This isn't appropriate. Appropriate? Marcus's laugh turned bitter. You know what isn't appropriate? Throwing away 3 years because you couldn't handle a little rough patch. Because you couldn't appreciate what I did for you. Something cold settled in my stomach. What you did for me. Yeah. He swayed slightly. Everything I did to keep us together. To keep you. Do you even understand how much I sacrificed? I should have told him to leave again. Should have had Damon remove him. But something about his tone made me pause. Made me want to hear what came next, even though I was terrified of it. What are you talking about? Marcus's eyes focused on me with sudden intensity. You really don't know, do you? You still think you just got unlucky? That all those things just happened? My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. Marcus, the birth control, he said it conversationally, like he was talking about the weather. I was poking holes in the condoms. Adding water to your pills when you weren't looking. I needed you tied to me permanently. The room started spinning. Jasmine made a small sound from the kitchen doorway. You were going to leave for that internship in Boston, Marcus continued, his words slurring slightly. I couldn't let that happen. So I made sure you'd have a reason to stay. Made sure you'd need me. The pregnancy. The abortion I'd had at 20. The worst experience of my life, made worse by Marcus's sudden coldness afterward, his accusations that I'd killed our baby even though he'd been the one pressuring me to terminate. I couldn't finish the sentence. And it would have worked, he said, his voice rising. It would have worked if you hadn't given up our child. If you just trusted me to take care of us. You tampered with my birth control to trap me. My voice came out hollow. And then you blamed me for the abortion you insisted I get. I had to insist. His face flushed dark red. You were going to ruin both our lives with your stubbornness. I had to think strategically. Damon's hand found the small of my back. Steady. Grounding. What else? I heard myself ask. What else did you do strategically? Marcus blinked at me. For a second, I thought he might stop. Might realize what he was saying. But the alcohol and whatever had driven him here tonight had their hooks in deep. The dog. His lip curled. That stupid anxiety dog you loved more than me. No. No. Rusty didn't run away, Marcus said. I drove him to a shelter in Jefferson County. Told them I was you, signed papers with your name, and dumped him there. Then I came home and helped you search the neighborhood. He smiled. You cried for weeks. You needed me so badly during those weeks. The floor felt like it was falling away beneath me. Rusty. My service dog who'd helped me through panic attacks and depression. Who'd disappeared one day from our fenced backyard while I was at class. I'd searched for months. Put up flyers. Checked shelters every week until Marcus convinced me to stop, saying I was obsessing unhealthily. He was my dog, I whispered. He was competition. Marcus took a step closer and Damon tensed. You spent more time with that mutt than with me. You needed to understand priorities. Oh my goodness. Tyler's voice came from near the hallway. I'd forgotten he was there. Forgotten everyone was there. Marcus's head swiveled toward him. This doesn't concern you. The hell it doesn't. Keep talking. Tyler's voice was hard. Tell her what else you did. For a second, Marcus looked confused. Then his expression cleared and that same manic energy returned. Fine. You want the full list? He turned back to me. Senior year. Remember how you couldn't land a single interview? How every company that recruited you suddenly ghosted? I remembered. Gosh, I remembered. Months of applications and promising initial contacts that went nowhere. I thought there was something wrong with me. That I wasn't good enough. I had your email password, Marcus said proudly. You used the same one for everything. So I logged in and responded to recruiters as you. Told them you'd accepted other offers. Told some of them you'd decided to pursue a different career path. One hiring manager at Barton Analytics? I sent him an email saying you weren't interested in working for glorified number crunchers. He laughed. That was a particularly good one. The job at Barton Analytics. My dream position. They'd recruited me specifically and then suddenly stopped responding. I thought I'd done something wrong during our coffee meeting. You destroyed my career before it started. My voice sounded strange. Distant. I protected our relationship, Marcus corrected. All those jobs were going to take you away from me. Boston, New York, Seattle. You were going to abandon me for some corporate bullshit. I couldn't let that happen. So you sabotaged me? I saved us? His voice rose again. Everything I did was to save us. Like with your grandmother's jewelry? Cold flooded through me. What about my grandmother's jewelry? The pieces she left you. The antique ring and the pearl necklace. Marcus waved his hand dismissively. I pawned them. Got about $4,000. Used it to pay off my credit cards. The ring. My grandmother's engagement ring that she'd wanted me to have. The pearl necklace she'd worn at her wedding. Family heirlooms that had disappeared from my jewelry box 2 years ago. I blamed Amy for that, I said slowly. My roommate. We had a huge fight about it. I know. You stopped talking to her for 6 months. Marcus smiled. Which was good because she was always telling you to leave me. Bad influence. Amy. Who'd been my best friend until I'd accused her of theft. Who'd moved out and never spoken to me again despite her tearful denials. You destroyed my friendship and stole my grandmother's jewelry to pay your credit card debt. Our debt, he corrected. We were partners. What's yours was mine. Behind me, I heard someone, Morgan maybe, make a disgusted sound. Is there more? My voice came out steady despite the screaming in my head. Or are we done? Marcus tilted his head, studying me. Why? You finally ready to appreciate what I did for us? Just tell me. The car accident. His tone went casual again. Conversational. You remember that, right? When your brakes failed on the highway and you hit that guardrail. I remembered. 3 cracked ribs, a concussion, and 2 weeks in the hospital. The mechanic had said the brake line had a leak. Wear and tear. These things happen with older cars. I cut the brake line, Marcus said. Not all the way, that would have been too obvious. Just enough that it would fail eventually. I figured you'd be going slow, maybe in a parking lot. Just a little scare to make you realize how much you needed me. The room went deadly silent. You tried to kill me. The words came out flat. No. Marcus's voice went sharp. No, I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to kill you. I just wanted you scared. I wanted you to need me to take care of you. How was I supposed to know you'd be on the highway? I could have died. But you didn't. He looked around wildly, like he was seeking support. You were fine. And I took care of you after. I visited every day in the hospital. I helped you recover. That counts for something. Damon's hand pressed firmer against my back. The only thing keeping me standing. What else? My voice cracked. What else did you do? The drinks, Marcus said after a pause. At parties. I'd put Xanax or Ambien in your drinks. Not a lot, just enough to make you off. Confused, so your friends would see you slurring and stumbling and think you couldn't handle your alcohol. The parties. Gosh, the parties. Where I'd feel fine and then suddenly the room would be spinning. Where I'd black out after 2 drinks. Where Marcus would have to take care of me while my friends exchanged concerned looks. You drugged me repeatedly. I made sure you needed me, he said stubbornly. Made sure your friends saw that you weren't as put together as you pretended. That you had problems only I could handle. I started avoiding parties because I thought something was wrong with me. Exactly. Marcus smiled. You stayed home with me instead. That's where you belonged. Jasmine was crying quietly in the kitchen doorway. Tyler looked murderous. Morgan had her phone out. The threats, I said suddenly, remembering. The messages you got. The ones that made you convince me to move in with you for safety. Marcus's smile widened. Fake accounts. Took me 20 minutes to set up. Sent myself threatening messages, showed you the screenshots, and suddenly you agreed we should live together. You'd been dragging your feet for months about that. You faked threats against yourself to manipulate me into moving in. It worked, didn't it? We had 6 good months before you started pulling away again. 6 months of him controlling every aspect of my life. Who I saw, where I went, what I wore. 6 months of walking on eggshells and making myself smaller and smaller. My family, I said quietly. You told them I was abusing you. Well, you were emotionally abusive, Marcus said defensively. Always threatening to leave. Always making me feel like I wasn't good enough. I had to make them understand what I was dealing with. You told my mother I hit you. You pushed me once during a fight. You were blocking the door. My voice rose for the first time. You wouldn't let me leave. See? Marcus gestured at me. This is what I'm talking about. You get violent when you're angry. Your family needed to know that. They needed to understand why I had to monitor you, why I had to check your phone, why I had to know where you were all the time. I was protecting myself. The Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. My therapist had explained it to me. But hearing it now, hearing him twist everything. You isolated me from my family by lying about abuse. I told them the truth about our relationship. It's not my fault they took my side. My brother had stopped calling. My mother had suggested maybe I needed anger management. My father had looked at me with disappointment when I tried to explain that Marcus was the problem. Is there anything else? My voice came out tired. Any other ways you systematically destroyed my life? Marcus studied me for a long moment. Then his face shifted into something uglier. The scholarship money, he said it quietly. You noticed that, right? The missing deposits? My stomach dropped. What? I had your bank login. You used the same password for everything. He repeated it like a mantra. Your scholarship payments were being direct deposited. But I set up an automatic transfer. Every time money came in, it moved to an account I controlled. Over 2 semesters. He paused, calculating. About $18,000. I couldn't breathe. The scholarship money I'd worked so hard for. The money that was supposed to cover my last year of expenses. The money that disappeared in small increments I'd thought were bank errors or administrative problems. I reported that, I whispered. The financial aid office investigated. And found nothing. Because I was careful. Small transfers that looked like normal spending. By the time you noticed the pattern, the money was long gone. Where? My hands were fists at my sides. Where did it go? I don't know. Stuff. Things I needed. Things we needed. He waved vaguely. You were always so uptight about money. Someone had to actually live life. While I'd been eating ramen and skipping meals to make my budget work, he'd been stealing my scholarship money. That's when I saw him. Damon had been so quiet I'd almost forgotten he was there. But now he stepped forward, and Marcus's eyes went wide. Who are you? I'm the boyfriend. Damon's voice was calm. Terrifyingly calm. I've been in the kitchen listening to everything you just said. Marcus's face went white, then red. You what? Every confession. Damon didn't move closer, but his presence filled the room. Every crime you just admitted to. Reproductive coercion. Pet theft. Identity theft. Computer crimes. Fraud. Assault with a deadly weapon, yeah, tampering with brake lines counts. Drugging someone. Harassment. Stalking. Marcus stumbled backward. I was drunk. I didn't mean, we all heard you. Tyler stepped into view from the hallway. Behind him, Chris and Morgan and Jasmine all moved into sight. 8 people. 8 witnesses. Marcus's eyes darted around wildly, looking for an exit. Damon positioned himself in front of the door without appearing to move at all. You're not leaving, Damon said quietly. Not until the police get here. Police? Marcus's voice went shrill. You can't, I came here to talk. To reconcile. This is entrapment. Entrapment is when police coerce you into committing a crime. Tyler pulled out his phone. This is you showing up uninvited and confessing to multiple felonies. That's just stupidity. I'm calling 911. Morgan already had her phone to her ear. Yes, I need police at 847 Riverside Drive, apartment 3B. A man forced his way into a private party and has been making threats. Yes, we have him contained. No ma'am, he's not armed, but we have a professional fighter here just in case. Okay, thank you. Marcus looked at me desperately. You're not going to let them do this. Tell them it's a misunderstanding. Tell them I was just drunk and talking shit. I looked at him. At the man who'd spent 3 years systematically destroying every aspect of my life. Who'd stolen my dog, my career opportunities, my family relationships, my money, my safety. Who'd tampered with my birth control and my car and my drinks. Who'd gaslit me into thinking I was the problem. No, I said simply. I'm not going to do that. His face crumpled. But I love you. Everything I did was because I love you. That's not love. My voice came out steady. That's obsession. That's abuse. That's criminal behavior. You're going to regret this. The desperation in his voice turned to anger. You'll regret turning me in. I'll tell them you're lying. That you manipulated me into coming here to set me up. We have 8 witnesses, Jasmine said coldly. And I recorded the whole thing on my phone. Marcus's head whipped toward her. You what? She held up her phone, screen showing a recording timer still running. Every word. Starting from when you forced your way past Chris at the door. The fight went out of him all at once. He sagged against the wall, sliding down to sit on the floor. I just wanted you back, he said, and he was crying now. I just wanted us to be together again. I felt nothing looking at him. No pity, no anger, no satisfaction. Just exhaustion and a strange sense of relief that everyone finally knew the truth. Sirens sounded in the distance, growing closer. For the record, Damon said quietly, still positioned between Marcus and the door, I haven't touched him. Haven't threatened him. Haven't done anything but stand here. Everyone see that? A chorus of affirmations came from around the room. When the knock came, Tyler answered. 2 patrol officers stepped inside, taking in the scene with practiced eyes. One of them, Officer Reyes, according to her nameplate, looked at Marcus on the floor, then at the rest of us. Someone want to tell me what's going on? I took a breath and began. My name is Sarah Chen. That man is my ex-boyfriend Marcus Williams. 2 years ago, I left him due to abuse. Tonight he forced his way into my graduation party and confessed to multiple crimes spanning our 3-year relationship. We have 8 witnesses and a recording. Officer Reyes's partner moved toward Marcus while she pulled out a notepad. What kind of crimes are we talking about? Reproductive coercion. Pet theft. Identity theft. Email hacking. Financial fraud. Tampering with a vehicle resulting in injury. Repeated drugging. Creating false evidence. Harassment. I recited them like a list, watching her eyebrows climb higher with each one. That's quite a list. She's lying. Marcus struggled against the other officer who was helping him stand. I came here to talk and they ambushed me. This is a setup. Sir, you need to calm down. The officer guided him toward the couch. We're going to sort this out. Officer Reyes looked at Jasmine. You said you have a recording? Jasmine nodded and pulled up the audio file. 43 minutes. Starting from when he came through the door. I'm going to need a copy of that. But first, let's get everyone's initial statements. It took 2 hours. 2 hours of recounting the evening, of explaining the history, of answering questions. 2 more officers arrived as backup. A detective was called, Detective Chen, no relation to me, who specialized in domestic violence cases. Detective Chen was in her 40s with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She listened to the recording twice, made notes, and then separated us to take individual statements. When it was my turn, I sat across from her in my bedroom while the party remained sat untouched in the living room. Walk me through the relationship, she said. Start from the beginning. I did. 3 years condensed into an hour of testimony. The initial charm, the gradual isolation, the escalating control. Things I thought were normal at the time but recognize now as red flags. The pregnancy that ended in abortion. Rusty's disappearance. The car accident. The failed job searches. The deteriorating relationship with my family. The missing scholarship money. Detective Chen took notes and asked clarifying questions. And you had no idea he was behind these incidents? No. He was always so supportive when they happened. So caring. Looking back now, I can see how he positioned himself as my only source of stability while he was actually causing the chaos. Classic abuser pattern. She tapped her pen against her notepad. We'll need to verify what we can. The recording is solid evidence for tonight, but some of these other incidents will be harder to prove. I understand. The brake line tampering, you still have that vehicle? No. I sold it after the accident. Used the insurance money for a down payment on a newer car. Damn. That would have been physical evidence. She made a note. What about the dog? You have proof he was yours? Vet records. License registration. Microchip in my name. Good. The shelter in Jefferson County, you remember approximately when this happened? October 17th, 2 years ago. I remember because it was my grandmother's birthday. We can pull records. If you signed your name, that's fraud and forgery. More notes. The email hacking, do you still have access to those accounts? Yes. I changed all my passwords after I left him, but the accounts still exist. We'll need to bring in digital forensics. They can trace access history, see what IP addresses logged in. If we can place him accessing your accounts, that's identity theft and computer crimes. It went on like that. Every crime Marcus confessed to, Detective Chen found an angle to investigate. Some would be easier to prove than others. Some might be past the statute of limitations. But she was thorough and determined, and for the first time in hours, I felt something like hope. One more thing, she said as we wrapped up. Your boyfriend, Damon? He handled this well. Didn't touch the suspect, didn't make threats, just positioned himself as a deterrent. That was smart. He's a professional fighter. He knows how to control a situation without violence. Good man to have around. She closed her notepad. We're taking Marcus in tonight. He'll be charged with breaking and entering, harassment, and making threats for now. The other charges will come after investigation. I'll be in touch soon about next steps. What about a protective order? We'll file for an emergency one tonight. Given his history and the fact that the previous one expired, I don't think we'll have trouble getting it approved. But you should stay somewhere else for a few days while things settle. I nodded. I can stay with my brother. When Detective Chen left my room, Marcus was being led out in handcuffs. He looked at me as they passed, and something in his expression made my skin crawl. Not anger. Not remorse. Just calculation. Like he was already planning his next move. The apartment finally emptied around 2 in the morning. Tyler and Damon helped me pack a bag while Jasmine cleaned up the abandoned party food. Chris and Morgan had given their statements and gone home, promising to be available for follow-ups. You okay? Tyler asked, watching me throw clothes into a duffel. I don't know. I sat on the bed, suddenly exhausted. I feel like I should be more upset. Or angrier. Or something. You're in shock, Damon said quietly. He'd been calm all night, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. It'll hit you later. He destroyed so much. My voice cracked. My dog, my career, my family relationships, my money. And I didn't even know. I thought it was all my fault. Tyler sat beside me and pulled me into a hug. It wasn't your fault. None of it was your fault. I cried then. Not pretty crying, ugly, gasping sobs that shook my whole body. Tyler held on while Damon crouched in front of me, his large hands covering mine. We're going to get through this, Damon said. All of it? The investigation, the trial, whatever comes next. You're not alone anymore. He stole Rusty. The words came out broken. He took my dog and let me think he was gone forever. We'll find him, Tyler said firmly. Jefferson County isn't that big. If the shelter has records, we'll track him down. It's been 2 years. He could be anywhere. Then we'll search until we find him. Or until we know for sure what happened. Tyler pulled back to look at me. You deserve to know. By the time we got to Tyler's apartment across town, dawn was breaking. His girlfriend Maya had made up the guest room and left a note saying to help myself to anything in the kitchen. I fell asleep almost immediately, still wearing my graduation party dress. I woke up to my phone ringing. Detective Chen. Ms. Chen? I wanted to update you on a few things. First, Marcus Williams was arraigned this morning. The judge set bail at $75,000. My stomach sank. Can he post that? His parents already did. He was released an hour ago with an ankle monitor and strict conditions. He's not allowed within 500 feet of you, your home, your workplace, or your family members. If he violates that, He goes straight back to jail. I sat up, heart pounding. He's out? I know it's scary. But the ankle monitor means we'll know immediately if he comes near you. And the emergency protective order is in effect. Any contact at all, texts, calls, emails, social media, third-party communication, is a violation. Okay. I tried to steady my breathing. Second thing. I contacted Jefferson County Animal Services. They have a record of a dog matching Rusty's description surrendered on October 17, 2 years ago. The signature on the surrender form says Sarah Chen, but it doesn't match your signature on your driver's license. So he forged my signature. Looks that way. Better news, the shelter placed Rusty with a foster home after 6 months. The foster family fell in love with him and officially adopted him 8 months ago. He's still alive. My breath caught. He's alive? The family is local. With your permission, I'd like to contact them and explain the situation. If you can prove he's your dog, vet records, microchip registration, there may be grounds for recovery. Yes. Goodness, yes. I have all the records. Please contact them. I'll be in touch. She paused. One more thing. I reached out to Barton Analytics. The hiring manager from your senior year remembers you. He pulled your old email correspondence and confirmed that he received a message from your email address declining the position in. Let me check my notes. Extremely unprofessional language. That wasn't me. I know. He's willing to testify about it. He even kept the original emails. Digital forensics will be able to trace where they came from. After she hung up, I sat on the bed shaking. Rusty was alive. Rusty was alive and living with a family in Jefferson County, and there was a chance, maybe a small one, but a chance, that I could get him back. Tyler knocked and stuck his head in. You okay? I heard you on the phone. Detective Chen called. Marcus posted bail. His expression darkened. Shit. He has an ankle monitor. And a protective order. But yeah. I twisted my hands together. Also, they found Rusty. He's alive. Tyler's face transformed. Are you serious? Adopted by a family 8 months ago. Detective Chen is going to contact them. Oh my goodness. He sat beside me. Sarah, that's amazing. I don't even know if they'll give him back. They've had him for months. They probably love him. He's legally your dog. You have the microchip registration to prove it. I know, but... I trailed off. What if he doesn't remember me? What if he's happy there and I'm just disrupting his life again? Hey. Tyler waited until I looked at him. You didn't disrupt his life. Marcus did. And Rusty loved you. If there's a chance to get him back, you take it. Deal with the emotions later. The next few days were a blur of activity. Detective Chen scheduled a formal interview at the station where I gave a comprehensive statement about my relationship with Marcus. I brought every piece of documentation I could find: vet records for Rusty, bank statements showing the missing scholarship money, medical records from the car accident, the police report from when I tried to file about the stolen jewelry. Jasmine sent me her recording, and I sent it to Detective Chen along with the contact information for all 8 witnesses from the party. Tyler helped me change all my passwords again and set up 2-factor authentication on everything. Damon drove me to appointments and made sure I ate. He never pushed me to talk, just stayed close and steady. I realized how different this was from Marcus. Damon's presence made me feel safe without making me feel trapped. He protected without controlling. On day 3, Detective Chen called again. We've got some developments. The forensics team traced unauthorized access to your email account from Marcus Williams's IP address on multiple dates during your senior year. They also found evidence he created fake social media accounts using variations of real names to send those threatening messages to himself. So you can prove it? The computer crimes, yes. The pet theft, yes, we have a forged surrender form. The scholarship theft is trickier because the transfers came from your account, but they went to an account in his name that he opened without your knowledge. Your bank is cooperating with the investigation. What about the brake line? The drugging? Harder to prove after this much time. The mechanic who repaired your car retired, but we're trying to track him down for a statement. The drugging is he said she said without toxicology reports from the time. I felt frustration rising. So some of it just doesn't count? It counts, she said firmly. It goes to pattern and motive. Even if we can't charge him for everything, the things we can prove paint a picture of systematic abuse and control. And that recording from your party? That's going to be very persuasive to a jury. When will charges be filed? The prosecutor is reviewing everything now. I'd expect formal charges within the week. You'll need to prepare for this to be a long process. Months, maybe longer. After we hung up, I sat in Tyler's guest room and let myself feel the weight of it. Months of legal proceedings. Months of having to recount the worst relationship of my life to strangers. Months of Marcus's lawyers trying to discredit me and paint me as vindictive. But also months of potential justice. Months of the truth coming out. Months of not carrying this alone anymore. My phone buzzed with an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Is this Sarah Chen? A woman's voice, warm and cautious. Yes? My name is Linda Reeves. I'm calling about Rusty. My heart stopped. You're his foster family? We adopted him 8 months ago. Detective Chen called and explained the situation. A pause. I'm so sorry about what you went through. Thank you. Is he okay? He's wonderful. Sweet and gentle. He's been amazing with our daughter who has anxiety. Another pause. Ms. Chen, I need you to understand something. We love this dog. He's part of our family now. My heart sank. I understand. I'm not trying to, but, she continued, Detective Chen sent us the records. The microchip registration, the vet history, everything. And we looked at the surrender form. That's not your signature. No. My ex-boyfriend forged it. Then Rusty is legally your dog, and the adoption was based on fraudulent surrender, she sighed. My husband and I talked about it. We talked to our daughter. And we all agreed that the right thing to do is return him to you. Tears started streaming down my face. Are you sure? It's the right thing, Linda said firmly. But I have one request. Our daughter Emma, she's 13, she's going to be heartbroken. Would you be willing to meet with her first? Let her say goodbye properly? Maybe. Maybe let her visit sometimes if that's not too weird? Of course. The words came out choked. Absolutely. Whatever she needs. When would you be available? We scheduled a meeting for 3 days later at a park in Jefferson County. When I told Tyler and Damon, Tyler actually teared up. I can't believe we're getting Rusty back, he said. After everything Marcus took from you, you're getting your dog back. The meeting was both wonderful and heartbreaking. Emma was a quiet girl with her mother's warm eyes, and she loved Rusty. I could see it in the way she hugged him, the way he leaned into her. Rusty had been her support through her own anxiety, her own struggles. And then Emma saw me and said, "Wait here," and let go of Rusty's leash. Rusty looked around, confused. He took a few steps toward Emma, then stopped. His head tilted. He stared at me. I crouched down. "Hey, buddy. It's me. It's Sarah." He moved closer, cautious. Sniffed my hand. And then something clicked and he was on me, whining and wagging and licking my face with the desperate energy of a dog who'd lost someone and found them again. I was crying. Emma was crying. Linda was crying. Even Tyler, standing behind me, was wiping his eyes. "He remembers you," Emma said softly. "I'm so sorry," I told her. "I'm so sorry you're losing him." "It's not your fault." She knelt beside us and hugged Rusty one more time. "Take good care of him, okay? He likes carrots as treats and he sleeps on the left side of the bed and he gets scared during thunderstorms." "I will. I promise." I looked at Linda. And I meant what I said about visits. "Anytime you want to see him, just call me." We exchanged numbers. Emma gave Rusty one last kiss on the head, and then Linda gently guided her away. I watched them go, this family who'd loved my dog when I couldn't, and felt gratitude and guilt in equal measure. Rusty pressed against my leg, and I buried my face in his fur and cried. The formal charges were filed 5 days after the party. The prosecutor, Ada Davis, called to walk me through them. "We're charging him with harassment, stalking, identity theft, computer fraud, financial fraud, and assault in the 3rd degree related to the vehicle tampering. We're also charging him with fraud for the forged signature on the dog surrender form." "What about the reproductive coercion? The drugging?" Data sighed. "Those are harder. Arizona doesn't have specific laws against reproductive coercion, and we'd have trouble proving the drugging without contemporaneous evidence. But those incidents will be admissible as pattern evidence when we go to trial. So he doesn't face consequences for those. Not criminal consequences, no. But they matter for the overall narrative. A jury will hear what he did, and it will affect how they view the charges we can prove. It wasn't enough. But it was something. The arraignment happened the following week. I didn't attend, Davis advised against it, but Tyler went and reported back. Marcus pleaded not guilty to all charges. His lawyer made a statement about defending against unfounded accusations from a bitter ex-girlfriend. He looked smug, Tyler said, disgust clear in his voice. Like he thinks he's going to get away with it. Maybe he will, I said quietly. Don't think like that. We have evidence. We have witnesses. We have his confession on tape. His lawyer will say he was drunk and talking shit. That I manipulated him into coming over to set him up. Let them try. The truth is on our side. But truth and justice weren't always the same thing. I was learning that the hard way. I started seeing a therapist, Dr. Okafor, recommended by Detective Chen. She specialized in trauma from domestic violence. Our first session was 3 days after getting Rusty back. Tell me how you're feeling, she said. I don't know. Angry? Relieved? Terrified? All of them at once? That's normal. You're processing years of abuse that you didn't fully understand at the time. Now that you see it clearly, you're experiencing all the emotions you suppressed. I keep thinking about things he said. Ways he twisted reality to make me doubt myself. Even now, knowing what he did, part of me wonders if I'm overreacting. That's the gaslighting still working? He spent 3 years training you to doubt your perceptions. It's going to take time to trust yourself again. We worked on grounding techniques for when panic attacks hit. We talked about boundaries and how to recognize manipulation. We processed the guilt I felt about Emma losing Rusty because of my situation. You didn't cause that pain, Dr. Okafor said gently. Marcus did. Emma lost her support animal because Marcus committed fraud. That's not your responsibility. But it felt like my responsibility. Everything felt like my responsibility. 2 weeks after the arraignment, something shifted with my family. My mother called. Sarah? It's Mom. I almost hung up. We hadn't spoken in 6 months, not since she told me I needed to take responsibility for my role in the relationship problems with Marcus. What do you want? Your brother told me what happened. At your party. Her voice cracked. He told me what Marcus confessed to. I said nothing. I need to apologize. I need to apologize for not believing you when you tried to tell me what was happening. For taking his side. For. She was crying now. For abandoning you when you needed me. Something in my chest cracked. He told you I hit him. I know. I know he lied. Sarah, I'm so sorry. I should have questioned his story. I should have trusted you. You're my daughter and I failed you. The tears I'd been holding back spilled over. He isolated me from everyone. And it worked. Can I see you? Can we talk in person? We met for coffee 3 days later. My father came too, looking older than I remembered. They apologized, really apologized, taking responsibility for believing Marcus's lies and not supporting me when I tried to leave. We thought we were doing the right thing, my father said. Encouraging you to work through relationship problems instead of running away. We didn't understand what was really happening. He was very convincing, I said. He made me doubt myself. I can't blame you for falling for it when I fell for it too. Yes, we can be blamed, my mother said firmly. We're your parents. We should have protected you. It wasn't perfect. There was still hurt and distance. But it was a start. Marcus violated the protective order 3 days later. I got an alert on my phone. The ankle monitor showed him within 200 feet of my apartment. Then my phone buzzed with texts from an unknown number. We need to talk. I can explain everything. I still love you. Don't let them turn you against me. I screenshot each message and sent them to Detective Chen. Within an hour, Marcus was back in custody. The bail hearing happened the next day. Davis argued that Marcus had proven himself a danger and a flight risk by violating the protective order less than 3 weeks after posting bail. Marcus's lawyer claimed it was an accident, that his client had forgotten the restrictions. The judge wasn't buying it. Bail was revoked. Marcus would stay in jail until trial. I felt safer knowing he was locked up. But I also knew it wouldn't last forever. The investigation continued. Detective Chen tracked down the mechanic who'd repaired my car. He was retired and living in Tucson, but he remembered the case. That brake line failure never sat right with me, he told Detective Chen over the phone. The cut was too clean. I mentioned it to the insurance company, but they said without proof of tampering, They had to call it wear and tear. Would you be willing to testify about that? Detective Chen asked. Absolutely. That girl could have died. Another piece of evidence added to the pile. Marcus's ex-girlfriend from before me came forward after seeing news coverage of the arrest. Her name was Rachel, and her story was eerily similar to mine. The isolation, the controlling behavior, the mysterious problems that kept her dependent on him. He told my boss I was unreliable, Rachel told Detective Chen. I got written up for things I didn't do, missing shifts I never missed, complaints from customers that never happened. I almost got fired before I figured out he was calling my workplace pretending to be me. Did you report it? I tried. But I didn't have proof. It was just my word against his. She paused. When I finally left, he told all our mutual friends I cheated on him. I lost my entire social circle. Davis wanted Rachel to testify about Marcus's pattern of behavior. She agreed. 2 months after the graduation party, I went back to work. I graduated with honors in economics and had accepted a position at a financial consulting firm that had recruited me in my final semester, after Marcus was gone and couldn't sabotage my applications. My boss was understanding about the court dates and therapy appointments. Take whatever time you need, she said. We're lucky to have you. It felt surreal, being treated like a valuable employee instead of a burden. Having a boss who supported me instead of avoided me. Building a career Marcus couldn't touch. Damon and I celebrated 3 months together with dinner at the restaurant where we'd had our first date. Rusty came with us, they had a dog-friendly patio. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, I admitted over dessert. For you to turn out to be controlling or manipulative or something. I'm not him, Damon said simply. I know you need time to trust that. Take all the time you need. You've been so patient with me. With all of this. Sarah, you're dealing with trauma from 3 years of systematic abuse. The fact that you're functioning at all is impressive. The fact that you're thriving? He shook his head. You're remarkable. I didn't feel remarkable. But I was starting to feel something adjacent to whole. The prosecution offered Marcus a plea deal 3 months after the charges were filed. Davis called to discuss it with me. They're proposing he plead guilty to identity theft, computer fraud, and the assault charge. In exchange, we drop the harassment and stalking charges. He'd be looking at 18 months to 3 years. That's it? I couldn't keep the anger out of my voice. 18 months for destroying my life? I know it seems light. But trials are unpredictable. If we take this to court and lose, he walks away with nothing. This guarantees some level of accountability. What do you recommend? Honestly? Rejected. We have a strong case. The recording alone is damning, and with the digital evidence and witness testimony, I think we can get a conviction on all charges. That would mean 4 to 7 years. Then rejected. Davis paused. You should know that going to trial means testifying. Means being cross-examined by his defense attorney. Means having your entire relationship picked apart in public. I know. I'll do it. Okay then. I'll inform the defense we're proceeding to trial. Trial preparations started in earnest. Davis's office was downtown in a building that smelled like stale coffee and anxiety. We spent hours going over my testimony, practicing responses to hostile questions. They're going to bring up your private life, Davis warned. They're going to imply you consented to everything Marcus did. They're going to suggest you're making this up for attention or revenge. I know. They're going to paint Marcus as a devoted boyfriend who made mistakes, not an abuser who committed crimes. I know. Stay calm. Stay factual. Don't get defensive or emotional. Just tell the truth. We practiced for 3 weeks. Dr. Okafor helped me develop grounding techniques I could use on the stand. Damon ran through potential questions with me every night. Tyler made me practice my testimony in front of him and Maya until I could deliver it without breaking down. Marcus's defense team filed motions trying to suppress evidence. They wanted the recording thrown out, claiming I'd engineered the situation to entrap Marcus. They wanted to exclude Rachel's testimony about Marcus's prior behavior. They wanted to limit what I could say about the reproductive coercion and drugging. The judge denied most of their motions. The recording was admissible. Marcus had come to my apartment voluntarily and spoken freely. Rachel could testify about pattern behavior. I could reference all of Marcus's confessed actions even if some weren't being criminally charged. The defense did succeed in getting one limitation: I couldn't speculate about Marcus's internal motivations or mental state. I could only testify about what he said and did. 1 week before trial, Linda called. Emma wanted me to ask you something. She wanted to know if she could come to court. To support you. I was taken aback. She doesn't need to do that. She wants to. She said Rusty helped her be brave, and now she wants to help you be brave. Can she even get time off school? We can arrange it. If you're comfortable with it. I thought about 13-year-old Emma, who'd lost her support animal because of Marcus's fraud. Who'd handled it with grace and maturity beyond her years. Tell her thank you, I said. And yes, she can come. The trial started on a cold morning in early December, exactly 4 months after my graduation party. The courtroom was smaller than I'd expected, with wooden benches and fluorescent lighting that made everything look slightly gray. I sat behind the prosecution table with Tyler on one side and Damon on the other. My parents were there too, along with Jasmine and Maya. In the back row, I spotted Linda and Emma. Marcus sat at the defense table looking nothing like the drunk, aggressive man from the party. He wore a suit, his hair was neatly cut, and he looked almost sad. Sympathetic. His lawyers had coached him well. The jury filed in, 12 people who would decide if Marcus's confession was truth or drunken fantasy. I studied their faces, trying to guess what they were thinking. Davis gave the opening statement. He was calm and methodical, laying out the timeline of abuse and the evidence supporting each charge. He played excerpts from Jasmine's recording, and I watched the jury's faces change as they heard Marcus's voice confessing to tampering with my birth control, stealing Rusty, sabotaging my career. Then Marcus's lead attorney, a woman named Patricia Vaughn, gave her opening. She painted Marcus as a flawed but loving boyfriend who'd gotten drunk and told exaggerated stories to get a reaction. She suggested I'd manipulated him into coming to the party specifically to record him saying incriminating things. She implied I was bitter about the breakup and wanted revenge. It was masterfully done, and I felt my stomach sink. I was the first witness Davis called. I walked to the stand on shaking legs, placed my hand on the Bible, and swore to tell the truth. Davis started with basic questions. How had I met Marcus? What was the relationship like at first? When did things change? I answered carefully, sticking to facts. Met at a party junior year. He was charming at first. The controls started gradually, wanting to know where I was, who I was with. It escalated over time. Tell the jury about October 17th, 2 years ago. I took a breath. That was the day my service dog Rusty disappeared. I'd left him in our fenced backyard while I went to class. When I came home, he was gone. Marcus helped me search for him. We put up flyers, checked shelters, drove around calling his name. I was devastated. When did you learn what really happened? 4 months ago. At my graduation party. Marcus confessed that he'd driven Rusty to a shelter in Jefferson County and surrendered him using my name. How did that make you feel? Objection. Vaughn stood. Relevance. I'll allow it, the judge said. Betrayed, I said. Horrified. I'd spent months believing my dog had run away. Believing it was somehow my fault for not securing the yard better. Marcus comforted me through that grief while knowing he'd caused it. We went through each incident. The birth control tampering. The email hacking. The stolen jewelry. The scholarship theft. The car accident. Ms. Chen, how did you feel when Marcus confessed to tampering with your brake line? Terrified. I could have died. Other people could have died. And he did it deliberately to make me dependent on him. Davis played more of the recording. Marcus's voice filled the courtroom, casual and proud as he described cutting the brake line. Several jurors looked disturbed. Then came cross-examination. Vaughn approached with a sympathetic smile that didn't reach her eyes. Ms. Chen, you've painted quite a picture of Mr. Williams as a monster. But isn't it true that you stayed with him for 3 years? Yes. And during that time, you told people you loved him? Yes. You introduced him to your family as your boyfriend? Yes. You lived with him willingly? Yes, but... Just yes or no, please. You moved in with him of your own free will? After he faked threats against himself to scare me, yes. But you chose to move in. No one forced you. I gritted my teeth. Technically, no. And this recording from your graduation party. You knew your friends were in the other rooms listening? Yes. You knew they would hear whatever Mr. Williams said? Yes. That was the point. So you set up a situation where Mr. Williams would be recorded without his knowledge? He confessed to crimes. I wanted witnesses. Or you manipulated him into coming over and saying incriminating things so you could ruin his life like he supposedly ruined yours? Objection. Davis stood. Argumentative. Sustained. The judge looked at Vaughn. Rephrase. Ms. Chen, isn't it possible that Mr. Williams was drunk and exaggerating to get your attention? That he said things he didn't mean? No. You're certain? He described things he couldn't have known about unless he did them. The oral surgeon's name. The specific jewelry pieces. The shelter in Jefferson County. Those weren't exaggerations. Vaughn spent another hour trying to poke holes in my testimony. She brought up that I'd sold the car, eliminating physical evidence of tampering. She pointed out that I had no toxicology reports from the parties where I claimed I'd been drugged. She suggested I'd blamed Marcus for my own poor choices. By the time I left the stand, I was exhausted and shaking. But I'd held my ground. The trial continued for 3 more days. Detective Chen testified about the investigation and the evidence collected. Jasmine testified about recording Marcus's confession and what she'd witnessed of our relationship. Tyler testified about finding Rusty at the shelter and the forged surrender form. The digital forensics expert testified about tracing unauthorized access to my email account from Marcus's IP address. The bank investigator testified about the suspicious transfers from my scholarship account to an account in Marcus's name. The retired mechanic testified via video call about the too clean cut on my brake line. Rachel testified about Marcus's pattern of controlling behavior in their relationship. Marcus's defense called character witnesses, his mother, his boss, friends who described him as caring and nonviolent. They brought in an expert who testified about false confessions and how alcohol could lead to exaggerated or untrue statements. But they couldn't explain away the digital evidence. The forged signature. The paper trail of theft. The recording of Marcus describing crimes in specific detail. On day 4, both sides gave closing arguments. Davis summarized the evidence methodically. You've heard testimony from multiple witnesses. You've heard a recording of the defendant confessing to years of systematic abuse and criminal behavior. You've seen digital evidence proving he accessed Ms. Chen's email accounts without authorization. You've seen the forged signature on a legal document. The defense wants you to believe this was all exaggeration, all misunderstanding. But the evidence doesn't lie. The defendant's own words don't lie. Marcus Williams is guilty of every charge brought against him. Vaughn's closing focused on reasonable doubt. The prosecution wants you to believe that Mr. Williams is a criminal mastermind who spent 3 years systematically destroying Ms. Chen's life. But what you've actually seen is a troubled relationship between 2 young people. Yes, Mr. Williams said terrible things at that party. But he was drunk, emotional, and trying to get a reaction from his ex-girlfriend. That's not the same as committing crimes. The email access? They shared passwords in their relationship. The bank transfers? They had joint financial discussions. The brake line? A retired mechanic's speculation 2 years after the fact. This case is built on innuendo and an ex-girlfriend's vindictiveness, not proof beyond reasonable doubt. The jury deliberated for 8 hours. I waited in a victim's room down the hall with Tyler, Damon, my parents, and Jasmine. Emma had to leave for school, but Linda stayed. We barely spoke, just sat with our own thoughts. When the bailiff finally came to tell us the jury had reached a verdict, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely stand. We filed back into the courtroom. Marcus was already at the defense table, his face carefully neutral. The jury filed in, not looking at either of us. Has the jury reached a verdict? The judge asked. The foreperson stood. We have, Your Honor. On the charge of harassment, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of stalking, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of identity theft, how do you find? Guilty. My heart was pounding. On the charge of computer fraud, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of financial fraud, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of assault in the 3rd degree, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of fraud for forged signature, how do you find? Guilty. Guilty on every count. I heard my mother gasp behind me. Felt Tyler's hand grip my shoulder. Watched Marcus's face crumple as the verdicts were read. The judge set a sentencing hearing for 3 weeks out and dismissed the jury. As they filed out, several of them looked at me with sympathy. Marcus was led away in handcuffs. As he passed our table, he looked directly at me. I really did love you, he said. I didn't respond. Outside the courtroom, Davis shook my hand. That's a complete conviction. Well done. What happens now? Sentencing. Based on the charges and his lack of prior record, I'd expect 4 to 6 years. Could be more if the judge takes the pattern of abuse into account. 4 to 6 years. It didn't feel like enough. But it was something. The sentencing hearing was packed. I'd written a victim impact statement with Dr. Okafor's help, and Davis told me I could read it if I wanted. I wanted. I stood at the podium facing the judge, my hands trembling slightly as I held my statement. Your Honor, for 3 years Marcus Williams systematically destroyed every aspect of my life while convincing me it was my own fault. He tampered with my birth control to trap me, then blamed me for the abortion he forced me to get. He stole my service dog and let me grieve and blame myself for losing him. He sabotaged my career before it started by hacking my email and responding to job offers as me. He stole my grandmother's jewelry and destroyed a friendship by framing my roommate. He stole my scholarship money, leaving me struggling financially while he used it for himself. He tampered with my car, causing an accident that could have killed me or someone else. He drugged me repeatedly to make me seem unstable to my friends. He isolated me from my family by lying about abuse. He committed fraud to take my dog and give him away. I paused, steadying my breath. The physical injuries healed. The broken ribs, the concussion. But the psychological damage is ongoing. I don't trust my own judgment anymore. I second-guess every decision. I have nightmares where I wake up back in that relationship. I panic when someone asks to see my phone or wants to know my passwords, because for 3 years that was the price of peace with Marcus. He made me believe I was broken, that I was the problem, that I was lucky he stayed with me despite my flaws. And I believed him. My voice cracked, but I pushed on. Getting him convicted doesn't undo what he did. It doesn't give me back the career opportunities I lost or the time I wasted or the relationship with my family that I'm still rebuilding. But it does validate that what happened to me was real. That I wasn't crazy or oversensitive or ungrateful. That I was abused, and that abuse was criminal. I looked directly at Marcus for the first time. I hope you spend every day of your sentence thinking about what you did. I hope you get the help you need so you never do this to anyone else. Because that's what I'm most afraid of, that you'll get out and find another victim and do this all over again. I sat down, shaking. Marcus's lawyer made a statement about his remorse and his difficult childhood and his potential for rehabilitation. Marcus himself gave a brief statement claiming he never meant to hurt me and that alcohol had clouded his judgment. The judge listened to everything, reviewed the pre-sentencing report, and then spoke. Mr. Williams, you have been convicted of 7 felonies involving systematic abuse and exploitation of someone who trusted you. The evidence showed calculated, deliberate actions over a period of years. This was not a momentary lapse of judgment. This was a pattern of criminal behavior designed to control and harm Ms. Chen. She paused, letting that sink in. I've reviewed the pre-sentencing report and the victim impact statement. I've considered your lack of prior criminal record. But I've also considered the severity of your actions and the lasting harm you've caused. On all counts, I sentence you to 6 years in the state correctional facility, sentences to run consecutively. Total sentence, 42 years. Wait. 42 years? The courtroom erupted. Marcus's mother screamed. His lawyer stood to object. The judge banged her gavel. Order. Mr. Williams, in addition to your prison sentence, you will be required to register as an offender if applicable, pay restitution to Ms. Chen in the amount of $47,000 covering stolen funds and documented damages, and upon release you will serve 5 years of supervised probation with a permanent no-contact order regarding Ms. Chen and her family. I sat frozen, unable to process what I just heard. Davis leaned over. Consecutive sentencing means the sentences run back-to-back, not at the same time. The judge threw the book at him. Marcus was led away, his face blank with shock. His mother was still crying, screaming that this wasn't fair, that I'd ruined her son's life. I felt nothing. Numbness where I expected satisfaction to be. Outside the courthouse, reporters wanted statements. Davis handled them while Tyler and Damon guided me to Tyler's car. I sat in the back seat staring at nothing. Sarah? Tyler's voice was gentle. You okay? 42 years. He deserved it. I know. I shook my head. I didn't expect it. We drove in silence back to my apartment. Rusty greeted me at the door, tail wagging, and I sank down onto the floor to hug him. We won, I whispered into his fur. We got justice. He licked my face, and I cried. The next few weeks were strange. The trial was over. Marcus was in prison. I should have felt relief, closure, something positive. Instead, I felt hollowed out. Dr. Okafor assured me this was normal. You spent 4 months in fight mode, preparing for trial and testimony. Now that it's over, your body is crashing. The adrenaline is gone and you're left processing everything you've been through. I keep waiting to feel happy about the verdict. You may never feel happy about it. Happy would mean you got back what he took. You didn't. You got accountability, which matters. But it doesn't undo the harm. She was right. The verdict didn't give me back my dog or my career opportunities or my relationship with my family or the 3 years I'd lost. It just meant Marcus faced consequences. But consequences mattered. They mattered a lot. My family started the slow process of rebuilding trust. My mother came over once a week for dinner. My father helped me set up the security system in my new apartment. Tyler was his usual steady presence, showing up whenever I needed him. Damon and I had long conversations about what came next for us. I don't want you to feel pressured, I told him. I have a lot of trauma to work through. I might not be ready for anything serious for a while. Then we take it slow, he said simply. I'm not going anywhere. 6 months after the trial, I got a promotion at work. The consulting firm made me junior analyst, a position usually reserved for people with 2 or 3 years of experience. My boss called me into her office to give me the news. You've proven yourself valuable, she said. Your work is excellent, your clients love you, and you handle pressure well. This is well deserved. I thought about Marcus hacking my email senior year, destroying my chances at jobs like this. And I thought about how I'd rebuilt my career anyway, how I'd refused to let his sabotage be the end of my story. Thank you, I said. I won't let you down. Emma and I stayed in touch. She'd visit once a month to see Rusty, and we'd grab lunch together. Watching her play with him was bittersweet. She'd lost her support animal, and I'd never fully forgive myself for that. But she seemed to be doing okay, and Linda reported that Emma's anxiety had actually improved since learning to cope without Rusty. She needed to develop her own coping skills, Linda told me. Losing Rusty forced her to do that. It was hard, but maybe it was what she needed. I wanted to believe that. Wanted to believe something good had come from the mess Marcus created. 1 year after the graduation party, I organized a small gathering. Not a celebration exactly, more of an acknowledgement. The people who'd been there that night, who'd witnessed Marcus's confession, who'd supported me through everything after. We met at the same restaurant where Damon and I had our first date. Tyler and Maya, Jasmine and her new boyfriend, Chris and Morgan, Damon and me. Rusty came too, of course. To Sarah, Tyler raised his glass. For being brave enough to get justice. To everyone here, I countered. For being witnesses and support and friends. I couldn't have done this alone. We ate and talked and laughed. We didn't mention Marcus except in passing. This wasn't about him anymore. This was about us, about survival and rebuilding and moving forward. Near the end of the evening, Jasmine pulled me aside. I need to tell you something. I'm starting a nonprofit for domestic violence survivors. Legal support, therapy referrals, safe housing connections. And I want to name it after you. What? No. Jasmine, not your full name. Just Sarah's house or something. You inspired this. Your courage, your fight for justice. I want to help other people do what you did. I started crying right there in the restaurant. I'm honored. But you should know my story isn't typical. Most survivors don't get justice like I did. I know. That's why we need to help them. Will you be on the advisory board? Yes. Absolutely yes. Driving home that night with Damon, Rusty asleep in the back seat, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Not that everything was fixed or that the trauma was gone. But hope that I was moving forward. That I was building something good from something terrible. What are you thinking about? Damon asked. How different my life is now compared to a year ago. How much has changed? Changed for the better? I thought about it. The career I was building. The family relationships I'd repaired. The healthy relationship I had with Damon. The dog asleep behind us. The friend starting a nonprofit inspired by my story. The verdict that meant Marcus couldn't hurt anyone else for decades. Yeah, I said. For the better. Marcus would be eligible for parole in 14 years. I'd be 37. He'd be 38. Both of us would have spent our 30s dealing with the consequences of his choices, him in prison, me in therapy. But I'd also be spending my 30s building a life. Advancing my career. Deepening relationships. Maybe getting married, maybe having kids, maybe just living fully in whatever way felt right. Marcus had stolen 3 years from me, but he didn't get the rest. Dr. Okafor asked me once what justice meant to me. Is it about punishment? She said. Or is it about something else? I thought about it for a long time. It's about validation, I finally said. About the world acknowledging that what happened to me was wrong. That I wasn't crazy or overdramatic. That he did hurt me, and it mattered. And do you feel validated? I'm starting to. 2 years after the trial, I got a letter from the parole board. Marcus was requesting early release consideration based on good behavior. They wanted to know if I wanted to submit a statement. I did. I wrote about the ongoing impact of his abuse. The therapy I still attended. The nightmares that still came sometimes. The difficulty trusting people. The hypervigilance. The fear I'd experienced when he posted bail and violated the protective order. I wrote that he'd shown no real remorse. His statement at sentencing blamed alcohol and circumstances, not his own choices. I wrote that releasing him early would send a message that systematic abuse and stalking weren't serious crimes. I wrote that I was still healing, and I deserved time to heal without worrying about him being released. The parole board denied his request. He'd be serving the full sentence with only standard time off for good behavior. I framed the denial letter and hung it in my home office. A reminder that justice, however imperfect, had been served. 3 years after the graduation party, Damon proposed. We were hiking with Rusty in the mountains outside the city, and he got down on one knee at the overlook where you could see for miles. I love you, he said simply. I love your strength and your courage and your determination to build a good life despite everything you've been through. Will you marry me? I said yes. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with family and close friends. Emma was there, and Linda and her family. Jasmine came with a team from Sarah's house. Tyler was my best man, Maya my maid of honor. During the reception, my father gave a toast. To Sarah, who taught us all about resilience. You faced something terrible and came out the other side stronger. We're proud of you, and we're grateful to everyone here who supported her through the hardest time of her life. I looked around at the faces of people who'd stood by me. Who'd witnessed Marcus's confession. Who'd testified at trial. Who'd helped me rebuild my life piece by piece. I'm grateful too, I said when it was my turn to speak. For all of you. For believing me, for supporting me, for helping me find justice. Marcus tried to destroy me, and he failed. We're all proof that he failed. Later, Damon and I danced while Rusty watched from his bed near the wall. You thinking about him? Damon asked quietly. Who, Marcus? No. And I realized it was true. I'm thinking about how lucky I am to be here. To have you and Rusty and my family and my career in this life we're building. He took 3 years, but he doesn't get this. He doesn't get any more of my story. No, Damon agreed. He doesn't. 4 years after the trial, Sarah's house had helped over 200 survivors navigate the legal system and find resources. Jasmine invited me to speak at their annual fundraiser. I told my story, the sanitized version, hitting the key points without graphic details. The relationship that became controlling. The confession at my graduation party. The trial and conviction. The long road to healing. Justice doesn't heal all wounds, I said to the crowd. But it matters. It validates survivors. It holds abusers accountable. It sends a message that abuse has consequences. If you're a survivor, please know that your story matters. That what happened to you was wrong. That you deserve support and justice and healing. Afterward, people lined up to thank me. Some were survivors themselves. Some had lost loved ones to domestic violence. Some just wanted to say my story inspired them. One woman, probably in her 40s, gripped my hands with tears in her eyes. My daughter was in a relationship like yours. But she didn't make it out. He killed her 3 years ago. Hearing that you survived, that you got justice, it helps somehow. I hugged her while she cried, this stranger whose daughter I'd never meet. And I thought about how easily I could have been that daughter. How close Marcus came to killing me with that break line. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry for your loss. 5 years after the graduation party, I stood in the audience at Emma's high school graduation. She was 18 now, confident and articulate, preparing to go to college in the fall to study psychology. Linda waved me over after the ceremony. She wants to work with trauma survivors, Linda told me. She says Rusty showed her how animals can help people heal, and losing him taught her about resilience. You too inspired her. Emma hugged me, her graduation cap nearly hitting me in the face. "Thank you," she said. "For letting me be part of your story. For showing me what it means to fight for yourself. You showed me something too," I told her. "Letting Rusty go so he could come back to me. That took courage. I miss him sometimes. But I'm glad he's with you." I thought about that moment often in the months that followed. How pain could become purpose. How losing something could teach you strength. How sometimes the worst experiences transformed into something meaningful if you were willing to do the work. 6 years after Marcus's confession, I got news that he'd been attacked in prison. Nothing life-threatening, but serious enough to land him in the medical ward. The prosecutor's office sent me a brief notification, as required by victims' rights laws. I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not sympathy, nothing. He was serving his sentence. Whatever happened to him, and there was between him and the consequences of his own actions. Dr. Okafor asked how I felt about it in our next session. We still met monthly, more for maintenance than crisis now. "Indifferent," I said. "Is that bad? Why would it be bad?" "I don't know. Shouldn't I feel something? Relief that he's suffering? Horror that he's hurt? You've done the work to process your trauma and move on with your life. He's become irrelevant to your story except as the antagonist you survived. That's healthy, Sarah. You're not defined by what he did to you anymore." She was right. Somewhere along the way, I'd stopped being Marcus's victim and become Sarah Chen, analyst, wife, advocate, survivor. The trauma was part of my story, but it wasn't my whole story. 7 years after the trial, Damon and I adopted a second dog. A rescue named Milo who'd been found abandoned and scared. Rusty took to him immediately, patient and protective like he'd been with Emma. Watching them together, I thought about cycles. How I'd rescued Rusty from abandonment. How Emma's family had rescued him when I couldn't. How I'd gotten him back and now we were rescuing another abandoned dog. How trauma could be transformed into compassion if you let it. My mother came over to meet Milo and ended up staying for dinner. We cooked together while she told me about my father's retirement plans and her new book club. "I'm proud of you," she said suddenly. "For building this life. For not letting what Marcus did define you. I had a lot of help. You did the work. We just supported you." She paused. "I'm sorry I didn't support you when you first needed it. When you were trying to leave him, I didn't believe you." "Mom, we've been over this. I know. But I need to keep saying it. I failed you then. I won't fail you again." I hugged her, and we both cried a little, and then we went back to making dinner like it was normal. Because it was normal now. This was my life, cooking dinner with my mother, playing with my dogs, planning my future with my husband. Marcus didn't get this. He didn't get to steal this too. 8 years after my graduation party, a reporter contacted me about doing a story on domestic violence survivors who'd successfully prosecuted their abusers. I almost said no. I told my story enough times, moved on enough that I didn't want to revisit it. But then I thought about all the survivors who never got justice. Who were told there wasn't enough evidence, or that it was just a bad relationship, or that they should have left sooner. And I agreed to the interview. The article ran in a major newspaper with a photo of me holding Rusty. It quoted Marcus's confession and detailed the trial and sentencing. It talked about the challenges of prosecuting domestic abuse and the importance of believing survivors. Response was immediate. I got emails from survivors sharing their stories, thanking me for speaking out. I got emails from advocates saying the article was making rounds in their organizations. I even got a few hateful emails from people who thought I'd been too harsh on Marcus, that 42 years was excessive for relationship problems. I deleted those. 9 years after the trial, Marcus became eligible for parole again. This time, his lawyer included a statement about the work he'd done in prison, anger management classes, therapy, earning his GED. I submitted another opposition statement. Shorter this time, more factual. He'd served less than a quarter of his sentence. The crimes he committed showed a pattern of calculated abuse over years, not momentary poor judgment. Early release would minimize the severity of his actions. The parole board denied him again. He'd be eligible in 5 more years. 10 years after my graduation party, I stood in front of a room of law students at the State University guest lecturing on victims' rights and domestic violence prosecution. I told them about the challenges. About crimes that were hard to prove. About defense attorneys who attacked victims' credibility. About how the legal system wasn't designed to handle intimate partner abuse effectively. But I also told them about victories. About convictions that sent a message. About protective orders that saved lives. About survivors who found their voices and used the legal system to hold abusers accountable. A student raised her hand. Do you think the sentence your ex received was fair? I considered the question. Fair to who? Fair to him means probably not. 42 years is a long time. Fair to me means it validated that what he did was serious. Fair to society means it kept him from victimizing anyone else for decades. So yes, I think it was fair in the ways that matter. After class, several students came up to thank me. One woman stayed after the others left. My sister is in a relationship like the one you described, she said quietly. I've been trying to get her to leave, but she keeps saying she can't prove anything. That without evidence, no one will believe her. Belief isn't contingent on evidence, I told her. You believe her. That matters. Keep believing her. Keep being a safe person she can come to. And when she's ready to leave, help her document everything. Photos of injuries, screenshots of messages, recordings of threats if legal in your state. Build the evidence case while she builds the courage to use it. Did you have evidence before your graduation party? Some. Medical records, financial documents, witness statements from friends who'd seen concerning behavior. But the confession is what broke it open. Before that, it was my word against his. She nodded slowly. Thank you for sharing your story. It helps to know that prosecution is possible. It's possible, I said. Not easy, not guaranteed. But possible. 11 years after Marcus confessed to his crimes, I got a letter forwarded from the prosecutor's office. From Marcus. I almost threw it away without reading it. But curiosity won. The letter was short. He said he spent 11 years thinking about what he'd done. That he understood now that he'd hurt me deeply. That he was sorry for the pain he'd caused. That he hoped I'd found peace and healing. He didn't ask for forgiveness. Didn't ask me to support his parole. Just said he was sorry and hoped I was okay. I read it twice, then filed it away. I didn't respond. Didn't feel obligated to give him closure or validation or anything else. If he genuinely changed, good for him. But that didn't require anything from me. Dr. Okafor asked about it in our next session. We met quarterly now, mostly check-ins. How did it make you feel? Honestly? Nothing. I don't doubt he's sorry. Prison is miserable. But being sorry doesn't undo what he did. Do you think people can change? Maybe. But change doesn't erase harm. And victims don't owe their abusers forgiveness just because the abuser finally feels bad about what they did. You've come a long way, Dr. Okafor said with a smile. When we started, you blamed yourself for everything. Now you have clear boundaries about what you do and don't owe him. She was right. Somewhere in the decades since that graduation party, I'd learned to separate myself from Marcus's actions. To understand that his choices were his own, that I wasn't responsible for his behavior, that surviving wasn't the same as winning but it mattered anyway. 12 years after the trial, Jasmine and I co-wrote a book about navigating the legal system as a domestic violence survivor. It was part memoir, part practical guide. My story woven through with advice on documentation, protective orders, working with prosecutors, testifying, and healing after trial. The book came out to positive reviews. We did interviews and speaking engagements. We heard from readers who said it helped them leave abusive relationships or successfully prosecute their abusers or just feel less alone. One woman wrote to say she'd played my graduation party recording for her family who didn't believe her ex was abusive. Hearing Marcus's confession helped them understand that abuse could be hidden, calculated, and devastating while looking normal from the outside. Your story gave me permission to tell mine, she wrote. That meant more than any review or bestseller list. 13 years after my graduation party, I got a call from the parole board. Marcus was up for consideration again. This time, he had more going for him: model prisoner, completed extensive programming, earned 2 associate degrees. His lawyer was pushing hard for release. I attended the hearing. It was the first time I'd seen Marcus in 13 years. He looked older. Thinner. Gray at his temples. He wore prison whites and sat with his hands folded, listening as his lawyer made the case for his release. When it was my turn to speak, I walked to the microphone and looked at him directly. 13 years ago, Marcus Williams spent 3 years systematically destroying my life. He confessed to crimes that harmed me physically, emotionally, financially, and psychologically. He served 11 years of a 42-year sentence. That's a quarter. A quarter of the sentence for ruining years of my life. I paused, organizing my thoughts. I don't know if he's changed. Maybe he has. Prison does sometimes rehabilitate people. But that's not the question you should be asking. The question is whether his debt to society has been paid. Whether 11 years is adequate accountability for reproductive coercion, pet theft, identity theft, computer fraud, financial fraud, assault, and harassment. Whether releasing him early sends the right message to survivors and abusers. I looked at the parole board members. I've rebuilt my life. I have a career, a marriage, a home, relationships with my family. I've done the work to heal. But Marcus being released early doesn't factor into that healing. It factors into justice. And I don't believe 11 years is justice for what he did. The board deliberated for 30 minutes. When they returned, they denied parole again. Marcus would serve at least another 5 years before his next hearing. As we filed out, Marcus looked at me. Our eyes met for just a second, and I saw something in his expression. Not anger. Not calculation. Just weariness. I felt something then. Not sympathy exactly. Just recognition that we'd both been shaped by the choices he made years ago. He'd spent 13 years in prison. I'd spent 13 years rebuilding. We'd both been serving sentences of a sort. But mine was ending. His wasn't. Not yet. 14 years after the graduation party, Damon and I celebrated our 10th wedding anniversary. We took a trip to Europe, something I'd always wanted to do, but Marcus had convinced me we couldn't afford while he was stealing my scholarship money. Standing in front of the Eiffel Tower, I thought about the path that led me here. The party where Marcus confessed. The trial that validated my truth. The years of therapy and rebuilding. The people who'd stood by me. The life I built from the ashes. What are you thinking? Damon asked. That I'm happy. Really, genuinely happy. Good. He kissed me. You deserve that. And maybe I did. Maybe surviving wasn't about winning or revenge or perfect justice. Maybe it was about building something good despite what had been done to you. About refusing to let trauma define your whole story. About taking the broken pieces and creating something new. Marcus had tried to destroy me. But I'd survived. I'd healed. I'd thrived. And that? That was its own kind of victory. 15 years after Marcus forced his way into my graduation party and confessed to years of abuse, I got a notification that he was being released. Not on parole, he'd served 20 years with time off for good behavior, and his mandatory release date had arrived. I felt prepared. I'd known this day would come eventually. I had a life Marcus couldn't touch. A marriage, a career, a home, friends, family. He'd spent 20 years in prison while I'd spent 20 years becoming someone he couldn't hurt anymore. The protective order would remain in place. He was prohibited from contacting me or coming near me for the rest of his life. If he violated it, he'd go straight back to prison. But more importantly, I wasn't afraid of him anymore. The day of his release, I went to work as usual. I came home to Damon and our dogs. I cooked dinner and watched television and went to bed in my safe, comfortable home. Marcus was out there somewhere, starting over at 51. And I was here, living the life I'd built from the wreckage he'd caused. He'd taken 3 years. I'd taken the next 20 and made them mine. In the end, that was the only revenge that mattered. Not his suffering. Not his punishment. But my healing. My joy. My life fully lived despite everything he'd done to prevent it. I'd survived. I'd healed. I'd won. That was enough. Well, that's the grand finale nobody asked for. If you made it this far, you clearly have commitment issues in the best way possible. You might as well subscribe now, we're already in this mess together.
Story 5.
My supervisor laughed and said I was being dramatic after I told HR what he'd been doing to interns. When we brought him screenshots as evidence, he sighed and said, "You rats love ruining reputations." We walked out. 5 years later, he was on the FBI's most wanted list. I was 23 years old when I started at Meridian Capital, one of those sleek investment firms in downtown Chicago with floor-to-ceiling windows and espresso machines on every floor. My first real job out of college, and I was absolutely desperate to prove myself and make it work. The salary was decent, the prestige was real, and my parents were finally proud of me after years of academic struggles. Marcus Chen was the star of our division. Senior vice president at only 35, Harvard MBA, consistently brought in the biggest clients and closed the most lucrative deals. Everyone wanted to work on his team. Everyone wanted his approval and mentorship. He had this effortless charisma that made even mundane financial reports sound exciting and important. During my first week, Marcus took time to personally welcome me to the team. He remembered small details from my interview, asked about my transition to Chicago, seemed genuinely interested in my career goals. I felt incredibly lucky to be working under someone who actually cared about junior employees. The company's summer intern program started in June, bringing in 20 college students from top business schools across the country. They were hungry and ambitious, working 80-hour weeks for the chance at a full-time offer after graduation. I remembered being exactly like them just 2 years ago. One of the interns assigned to our team was a kid named Alex Morrison. 20 years old, economics major at Northwestern, quiet but obviously brilliant based on the financial models he could build. He had this nervous energy about him, constantly adjusting his tie, checking his phone anxiously, looking exhausted even at the start of the program. I tried being friendly with all the interns since I'd just been in their position recently. Most of them were eager to network and ask questions about company culture. But Alex kept to himself mostly, ate lunch alone at his desk, left immediately when the workday ended instead of staying late to impress people like the other interns did. Marcus seemed particularly interested in Alex's work. He'd stop by Alex's cubicle multiple times daily, lean over his shoulder to review spreadsheets, invite him to closed-door meetings that other interns weren't included in. I initially thought Marcus was just mentoring someone he saw potential in, the way he'd mentored me when I first started. But I started noticing things that felt slightly off about their interactions. The way Alex would tense up visibly whenever Marcus approached. How Marcus's hand would linger too long on Alex's shoulder. The private jokes Marcus would make that made Alex laugh uncomfortably. The way Marcus would text Alex constantly, even late at night, and Alex would check his phone with this expression of absolute dread. I told myself I was reading too much into normal workplace mentorship. Marcus was successful and respected. He was married with 2 young kids. Their family photos sat prominently on his desk. He volunteered with youth financial literacy programs on weekends. He was literally the last person anyone would suspect of inappropriate behavior. About 5 weeks into the internship program, I stayed late finishing a client presentation that was due the next morning. It was nearly 9 p.m. and the office was mostly empty and quiet. I was walking to the break room to get coffee when I heard voices coming from the small conference room at the end of our floor. I recognized Marcus's voice immediately, low and smooth. I couldn't make out the exact words at first, but something about his tone made me stop walking and actually listen more carefully. You know how much I've invested in you. How many doors I've opened. Don't be ungrateful now. Then Alex's voice, shaking and desperate. I can't keep doing this. It's not right. I want to just do my actual work. Your actual work? Marcus laughed, but it wasn't his usual warm laugh. It was cold and sharp. You think you're here because of your work? You think any of these kids are? You're here because I chose you. And I can unchoose you just as easily. I should have walked away or announced my presence. Instead, I stood there frozen, barely breathing, listening to my respected mentor say things that made my skin crawl. I have emails from you, Alex said, voice getting stronger. Texts. Evidence of everything you've asked me to do. If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to HR. The silence that followed was terrifying. Then Marcus spoke again, his voice deadly quiet. You have no idea who you're threatening. HR reports the people I have dinner with every week. But let's say hypothetically you tried. Let's say you showed them your little evidence collection. Who do you think they'd believe? A star performer with 12 years at this firm, or a summer intern who couldn't handle the pressure of professional work? Someone will believe me, Alex said, but he sounded less certain now. Will they? Because from where I'm standing, you're just another entitled kid who thought finance would be easy money. Who probably has some substance abuse issues, maybe some mental health problems. Who's been acting erratic and paranoid for weeks. That's what everyone will hear about if you try to make trouble for me. I heard movement, like someone standing up quickly. Then Alex's voice, barely a whisper. Stay away from me. Or what? You'll cry about it? Grow up, Alex. This is the real world. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do to get ahead. That's just how it works at this level. I heard footsteps approaching the door and panicked. I quickly walked back toward my desk, trying to look like I'd just been passing by normally. The conference room door opened and Alex came out, face completely pale, eyes red like he'd been crying or was trying hard not to cry. He saw me and froze. We made eye contact for just a second, and I saw absolute fear and shame in his expression. Then he grabbed his bag from his desk and practically ran to the elevators. Marcus emerged a moment later, straightening his tie, looking completely calm and composed like nothing had happened. He noticed me and smiled that charismatic smile. "Burning the midnight oil? That's the dedication I like to see. You're going to go far here." I managed to nod to say something about the client presentation. He patted my shoulder as he walked past, and I had to fight the urge to flinch away from his touch. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept replaying the conversation I'd overheard, trying to understand what exactly Marcus had been asking Alex to do. The inappropriate touching and comments were obvious now in retrospect. But the way they talked suggested something deeper and more disturbing than just sexual harassment. Alex didn't come to work the next day. Or the day after that. On the third day, HR sent an email saying Alex Morrison had withdrawn from the internship program due to personal reasons, and we should direct any questions about his departure to the program coordinator. None of the other interns seemed surprised. One of them mentioned at lunch that Alex had seemed unstable and not cut out for the intensity of finance. Another said they'd heard Alex had substance abuse problems. I wondered where those rumors had started and who had planted them. I wanted desperately to say something, but I didn't have any concrete proof of what I'd heard. Just a private conversation that could be interpreted different ways. And Alex was already gone, probably wanted nothing more than to forget this place existed and move on with his life. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started watching Marcus more carefully, noticing patterns I'd been completely blind to before. The way he selected interns was consistent, always young men, usually ones who seemed vulnerable in some way, needed money badly, or came from modest backgrounds. Never the confident ones from wealthy families with connections. I noticed how he'd isolate them, give them special projects that required staying late or coming in weekends when the office was empty. How he'd take them to client dinners alone, without other team members present. How he'd text them constantly, maintaining this constant contact that felt more controlling than mentoring. And I noticed the pattern of interns who left suddenly. In the 3 years Marcus had been running our intern program, we'd had 12 interns quit before their programs ended. The official reasons varied: family emergencies, mental health issues, substance problems, just wasn't the right fit. But 12 out of roughly 60 total interns was a 20% dropout rate. Nobody else seemed to think that was strange or concerning. I tried talking to Jennifer, one of the other analysts on our team who'd been there longer than me. I asked casually if she'd noticed anything odd about Marcus and the interns. She gave me this careful look and said that Marcus was very invested in mentorship, but some people couldn't handle his high standards. Then she changed the subject quickly. That response told me she'd noticed something too but wasn't willing to say anything about it. I wondered how many other people knew or suspected but stayed silent to protect their own careers. 2 weeks after Alex left, I was grabbing lunch at the cafe downstairs when someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around and Alex was standing there, looking thin and exhausted but determined. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. "Somewhere private?" We found an empty table in the back corner, away from other Meridian employees. Alex sat down and immediately pulled out his phone. "I've been thinking about this constantly since I left. I can't just let him keep doing this to other people. But I need someone inside the company to help me. Someone he hasn't gotten to yet." I asked him what exactly Marcus had been doing. Alex took a deep breath and started talking. It had started the first week of his internship. Marcus had been friendly and encouraging, made Alex feel special and selected. Then came the inappropriate comments about Alex's appearance. Then the touching that lasted too long. Then the dinner invitations that felt more like dates than professional networking. Alex had tried to set boundaries politely. But Marcus had made it clear that Alex's future in finance depended on keeping Marcus happy. He'd mentioned casually that he controlled which interns got full-time offers, that he had friends at every major firm in Chicago who trusted his recommendations completely. Then it escalated beyond harassment into something much darker. Marcus started asking Alex to do things that felt wrong. Small things at first: deliver packages to people that had nothing to do with Meridian's business. Make calls to numbers Marcus provided using a burner phone. Input transactions into financial systems using codes Marcus gave him, transactions that Alex wasn't supposed to ask questions about. When Alex tried to refuse, Marcus threatened him. Said Alex had already done enough questionable things that Marcus could frame him for misconduct. That Alex's family would lose everything if Alex lost his scholarship due to an internship scandal. That Alex would never work in finance again if Marcus decided to destroy him. "I finally just broke," Alex said, voice shaking. "That night you probably heard us arguing. I told him I was done. That I kept evidence of everything and was going to report him. That's when he made it clear how untouchable he really is. I asked Alex what kind of evidence he had. He pulled up a folder on his phone with screenshots of text messages. Dozens of them, going back weeks. Marcus asking Alex to meet him at hotels for strategy sessions. Marcus sending inappropriate photos. Marcus giving Alex specific instructions about moving money between accounts, using words like "keep this between us" and "don't document this anywhere official." Then Alex showed me something that made my stomach drop. Records of financial transactions that Alex had been instructed to process. Money moving from client accounts to offshore accounts through a series of complicated transfers designed to hide the trail. Amounts ranging from $50,000 to $500,000. He's not just harassing interns, I said, horror washing over me. He's using them to commit fraud. Alex nodded miserably. He picks people who are desperate and vulnerable. People who won't ask too many questions because they're terrified of losing their shot at a career. He grooms them with the harassment and inappropriate relationship stuff, gets them emotionally dependent and scared, then gradually involves them in the financial crimes. By the time they realize what's happening, they're already complicit. He has leverage over them. I felt physically sick. This wasn't just a case of a predatory supervisor. This was systematic criminal enterprise using the internship program as recruitment for both victims and unwitting accomplices. "Why did you come to me?" I asked. "Because you're still relatively new. You haven't been there long enough to be completely absorbed into the culture. And I saw the way you looked at me that night. You knew something was wrong. You're the only person there who might actually care enough to help." I told Alex we needed to take all of this evidence straight to HR immediately. He laughed bitterly and reminded me what Marcus had said about his connections to the people HR reported to. But I insisted we had to try. We had concrete evidence now. Screenshots, transaction records, a clear pattern. They couldn't ignore this. We were so naive. The next morning, I went directly to HR before my regular workday started. Karen Mitchell, the Director of Human Resources, had an open-door policy and prided herself on taking employee concerns seriously. I told her I had an urgent matter regarding employee misconduct that needed immediate attention. She welcomed me into her office with a warm smile and offered coffee. I declined and said I needed to report something about Marcus Chen. Her expression changed slightly, became more guarded, but she said she was listening. I explained what I'd witnessed. The inappropriate relationship between Marcus and Alex. The power dynamics and threats. The suspicious financial transactions. I said Alex had left the internship program because of Marcus's behavior and was willing to provide detailed testimony and evidence. Karen listened with a carefully neutral expression. When I finished, she asked if I had any direct evidence of misconduct. I said Alex had extensive documentation. Text messages, transaction records, everything needed to prove what Marcus had been doing. She asked if I personally had copies of this evidence. I admitted I didn't, that Alex had it. She made a note on her legal pad. "Here's what's going to happen," Karen said, her tone still friendly but with an edge underneath. "I'm going to document this conversation as an official complaint. I'll need you to provide a written statement detailing everything you've alleged. Then we'll conduct an internal investigation per company policy." That sounded reasonable at first. But then she kept talking. "I should warn you, though, that making serious accusations without substantial proof can have consequences. Marcus Chen is a valued member of our leadership team with an exemplary record. If these allegations prove to be unfounded or if they appear motivated by personal conflicts, we'll need to consider whether you're a good fit for Meridian's culture." The threat was barely veiled. I was being told to back off. "Alex has proof," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "Extensive proof. Let us show it to you." Karen's smile didn't reach her eyes. "If Mr. Morrison has concerns, he should file them directly through proper channels, not through a third party. The fact that he left the internship program voluntarily and is now making accusations through an intermediary raises questions about his credibility and motives." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was already dismissing everything before even seeing the evidence. "Will you at least meet with him? Look at what he has? If Mr. Morrison wants to file a formal complaint, he can contact me directly. But I'll be frank with you, these kinds of accusations are extremely serious. They can destroy careers and reputations. We have a responsibility to protect all our employees from unfounded allegations, just as we have a responsibility to investigate legitimate concerns." I left her office feeling shaken but determined. Karen had basically told me to drop it, but I wasn't going to. I met Alex that evening after work and told him everything about my conversation with HR. He wasn't surprised. He said he'd expected that reaction. But he wanted to try anyway, wanted to formally submit everything through official channels so there'd be a record that he'd try to report this through proper procedures. We spent the next 3 days preparing a comprehensive formal complaint. Alex wrote a detailed statement describing everything Marcus had done. We organized all the text message screenshots chronologically. Alex provided documentation of the suspicious financial transactions, highlighting how they didn't match any legitimate client business he could find records for. We also did something that felt risky but necessary. We tried contacting other former interns who'd left the program early. Alex had stayed in touch with a few of them. We reached out carefully, not saying too much in initial messages, just asking if they'd be willing to talk about their experiences at Meridian. 3 former interns agreed to speak with us confidentially. All of them had disturbing stories about Marcus. One had been subjected to constant sexual harassment but never reported it because Marcus had convinced him that coming out as gay would destroy his career in conservative finance. Another had been asked to process questionable transactions but had refused and been forced out of the program, with Marcus spreading rumors that he'd stolen petty cash. A third had been groomed into an inappropriate relationship with Marcus and only realized the manipulation after leaving. None of them had reported what happened because they didn't think anyone would believe them. They'd all seen how the company protected Marcus. But they were willing to provide written statements if it might actually lead to something. Armed with all this evidence, Alex and I went back to HR together. This time we requested a meeting with both Karen and her supervisor, David Brennan, who was VP of Human Resources and Legal Compliance. The meeting was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon in a small conference room. Karen and David were already there when we arrived, both looking professional and completely unapproachable. We presented everything methodically. Alex's written statement. Screenshots of inappropriate messages from Marcus. Documentation of suspicious financial transactions. Written statements from 3 other former interns describing similar patterns of harassment and coercion. I watched David and Karen as we laid it all out. They took notes, asked occasional clarifying questions, maintained professional expressions. But I could sense their resistance, the way they were already formulating reasons to dismiss everything we were showing them. When we finished our presentation, David spoke first. These are serious allegations. We'll need time to review all this documentation and conduct a thorough investigation. You understand we can't discuss the details of that investigation with you, but I want to assure you we take all complaints of misconduct seriously. It sounded promising, but something felt wrong about his tone. Then Karen added her thoughts. I do want to note that some of what you've shown us has concerning implications for Mr. Morrison and these other former interns. If they were indeed processing improper financial transactions, even under instruction from a supervisor, that represents a compliance violation on their part. We'd need to report that to the appropriate regulatory authorities. Alex's face went pale. They were threatening him. Suggesting that by reporting Marcus's crimes, Alex was implicating himself. He was coerced, I said firmly. Marcus threatened him and manipulated him into doing things he didn't understand were improper. That's a defense Mr. Morrison would need to present to investigators, David said calmly. Our job is to report potential compliance violations, not to determine guilt or innocence. We left that meeting feeling utterly defeated. They'd basically told Alex that if he pursued this, they'd throw him under the bus for the financial transactions Marcus had forced him to process. 2 days later, I was called into a meeting with Marcus and my direct manager, Susan. When I walked into the conference room and saw Marcus sitting there with a disappointed expression, my blood ran cold. I've heard some concerning things, Marcus said, his voice sad rather than angry. Rumors that you've been working with a former intern to spread false allegations about me. I wanted to give you a chance to explain your side before this becomes an official issue. I looked at Susan, who wouldn't meet my eyes. She was already on his side. They're not false allegations, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Alex has evidence of misconduct. Financial irregularities. Inappropriate behavior with multiple interns. Marcus sighed heavily. This is exactly what I was worried about. You're a talented analyst, but you're letting yourself be manipulated by someone with an agenda. Alex Morrison left the program because he couldn't handle the demands. He's clearly bitter about that and has convinced you to participate in this vendetta against me. I heard you threatening him, I said. That night in the conference room. I heard everything you said to him. Marcus's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. You overheard a private conversation between a mentor and a struggling intern. I was trying to give him some tough love about professional responsibility. The fact that you interpreted that as a threat says more about your mindset than about my actions. What about the financial transactions? The offshore accounts? The other interns who've confirmed similar patterns? There are no improper financial transactions, Marcus said firmly. Every dollar that moves through this company is documented and compliant with all regulations. If Alex Morrison was confused about the work he was doing, that's unfortunate, but it doesn't indicate any wrongdoing on my part or the company's. Susan finally spoke up. We've reviewed the allegations HR provided to us. We found no evidence of any financial misconduct. The text messages you and Mr. Morrison provided show a standard mentorship relationship. The fact that he's chosen to interpret that as something inappropriate isn't our responsibility. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They'd already decided to protect Marcus and discredit everything Alex and I had brought forward. So you're not going to investigate? I asked. There's nothing to investigate, Marcus said. But I am concerned about your judgment. Susan and I have discussed it, and we think it would be best if you took some time off. Get some perspective. Think about whether Meridian is really the right fit for you. I was being pushed out. Not fired directly, but strongly encouraged to quit. This is retaliation, I said. You're punishing me for reporting misconduct. Marcus laughed. Not his usual warm laugh, but something colder. You're being dramatic. Nobody's punishing you. We're concerned about your well-being and your ability to work effectively in this environment. But if you want to frame this as retaliation, that's your choice. Just know that path leads nowhere good for your career. I stood up abruptly. I'm not quitting. And I'm not dropping this. That's unfortunate, Marcus said. Because continuing to spread these unfounded allegations will be considered harassment and defamation. We'll have no choice but to take legal action to protect the company's reputation and my personal reputation. I walked out of that meeting, grabbed my laptop and personal items from my desk, and left the building. I was shaking with anger and fear. They weren't just dismissing the evidence, they were actively threatening both Alex and me. That evening, Alex and I met at a coffee shop to figure out what to do next. We were both devastated. We'd done everything right, documented evidence, followed proper reporting procedures, involved multiple witnesses. And the company had simply closed ranks and protected their star performer. Maybe we should just drop it, Alex said quietly. They're never going to do anything. And they're making it clear they'll destroy both of us if we keep pushing. I understood his fear. But I kept thinking about the 3 other former interns who'd shared their stories. About the current interns still working under Marcus, potentially being groomed and exploited right now. About future interns who'd be victimized if nobody stopped this pattern. We can't go back to the company, I said. They've made that clear. But we can go outside the company. Alex looked at me with cautious hope. What do you mean? The financial transactions. If Marcus is moving money improperly, that's not just company misconduct. That's potentially fraud, money laundering, embezzlement. Federal crimes. We need to report this to the SEC or the FBI. Will they care about harassment and sexual misconduct though? That seems like an HR issue to them. Maybe not by itself. But if we can show the harassment was part of a broader pattern of criminal activity, that he was using inappropriate relationships to coerce interns into helping him commit fraud, that becomes part of a federal case. We spent the next week pulling together everything we had. Alex reached out to the other former interns again, asking if they'd be willing to provide statements to federal investigators if an investigation opened. 2 of them agreed. The third was too scared of retaliation but said we could use their written statement as long as their name was kept confidential initially. I dug deeper into the financial transactions Alex had been asked to process. I still had access to some of Meridian's systems since I was technically on voluntary leave rather than fired. I probably shouldn't have been looking at confidential files, but I figured they'd already decided I was gone anyway. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The suspicious transactions Alex had flagged were part of a much larger pattern. Over 3 years, there were hundreds of similar transactions moving money from client accounts into offshore entities through a maze of shell companies. The amounts were staggering, tens of millions of dollars total. Marcus had been systematically stealing from clients, using interns to process the transactions so his own fingerprints weren't directly on the improper transfers. If anyone ever investigated, the paper trail would lead to the interns who'd actually input the transactions, not to Marcus who'd orchestrated everything. I took screenshots of everything I could access, documenting the pattern as thoroughly as possible. Then I did something that I knew might be illegal but felt necessary. I forwarded copies of the most incriminating documents to my personal email account before the company could lock me out of their systems. With all our evidence compiled, Alex and I drafted a comprehensive complaint to the Securities and Exchange Commission. We detailed Marcus's pattern of harassment and coercion of interns. We explained how he'd used inappropriate relationships to manipulate vulnerable young people into processing fraudulent financial transactions. We provided documentation of the suspicious money movements and the shell companies receiving the funds. We also sent copies of everything to the FBI's Financial Crimes Division, since the amounts involved and the interstate nature of the transactions made this potentially a federal case. Then we waited. And waited. Federal investigations moved slowly. For months, we heard absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, my career was falling apart. I'd used all my leave time and had been formally terminated from Meridian for performance issues and cultural misalignment. The termination was carefully worded to avoid any mention of my complaints about Marcus, making it very difficult to claim wrongful termination. I applied to dozens of other finance positions. I started getting interviews based on my resume, but then offers would mysteriously fall through at the last minute. I suspected Marcus was using his extensive network to blackball me, but I couldn't prove it. Alex had it even worse. He'd lost his scholarship after leaving the internship program early. He was working 3 part-time jobs just to stay in school and keep up with loans. He was seeing a therapist twice a week trying to process the trauma of everything Marcus had done to him. About 4 months after we'd filed our complaints with federal authorities, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, assuming it was a spam call. But something made me pick up. "Is this Sarah Chen?" a professional female voice asked. I confirmed it was. "This is Special Agent Rebecca Torres with the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. I'm calling regarding a complaint you filed several months ago about Meridian Capital and Marcus Chen. Do you have time to talk?" My heart started racing. They were actually taking it seriously. Agent Torres asked if I could come to their Chicago field office for an interview. She said they'd been investigating the financial transactions I documented and had found evidence supporting a broader fraud investigation. They wanted detailed statements from both Alex and me about Marcus's pattern of behavior and how the harassment connected to the financial crimes. The interview lasted 6 hours. Agent Torres and 2 other investigators asked incredibly detailed questions about everything. They already had financial records from Meridian, apparently they'd gotten warrants and were conducting a full audit of the company's transactions going back 5 years. What they discovered was staggering. Marcus had been running this scheme even longer than we'd known. He'd stolen over $40 million from client accounts. He'd used approximately 15 different interns over the years to process various parts of the transactions, keeping each of them siloed so none of them saw the full picture. The harassment and inappropriate relationships weren't just personal predation, though that was definitely part of it. They were strategic. Marcus deliberately targeted vulnerable young men, groomed them with inappropriate attention and relationships, got them emotionally dependent and scared, then gradually involved them in questionable activities. By the time the interns realized what was happening, they were already complicit enough that Marcus could threaten to report them if they didn't continue cooperating. It was a sophisticated criminal enterprise that had been operating for years right under everyone's noses at a supposedly reputable firm. The investigation expanded rapidly. The FBI interviewed all 15 former interns Marcus had supervised. 12 of them eventually provided statements describing various degrees of harassment, coercion, and involvement in suspicious transactions. Several were initially terrified they'd be prosecuted themselves, but the FBI made clear they were treating the interns as victims and witnesses, not accomplices. The investigation also revealed that Marcus had accomplices inside Meridian. Karen in HR had definitely known about complaints against Marcus going back years. She'd systematically buried them and discouraged victims from pursuing their concerns. David in legal compliance had helped structure some of the offshore entities Marcus used for the fraud. Even some of the senior partners had been aware something was off about Marcus's numbers but had looked the other way because he was generating so much revenue. They'd violated their fiduciary duty to clients by not investigating red flags in his business. The whole company was implicated in either direct criminal activity or negligent enabling of Marcus's crimes. 14 months after Alex first left that internship program, federal prosecutors filed charges. Marcus was indicted on 43 counts including wire fraud, money laundering, securities fraud, and exploitation of minors for several interns who'd been under 18 when they'd started their internships. Karen and David were charged as accomplices. 3 senior partners were charged with various regulatory violations and breach of fiduciary duty. The indictments made national news. Prestigious Chicago investment firm at center of massive fraud scheme. Harvard MBA used interns in $40 million theft. Marcus's perfect reputation disintegrated overnight. His wife filed for divorce immediately. His fancy house was seized as proceeds of criminal activity. His Harvard MBA program publicly disavowed him. But Marcus didn't stick around for trial. 2 days before his arraignment, he disappeared. Just vanished completely. The FBI believed he'd been planning an escape route for a while, knowing eventually his scheme would unravel. He'd moved money to foreign accounts they were still trying to track. He'd obtained false identity documents. He'd had an exit strategy ready. The trial for his accomplices moved forward without him. Karen and David both took plea deals in exchange for testifying about Marcus's operation. They got reduced sentences but still served time in federal prison. The 3 senior partners were convicted and also served prison sentences. Meridian Capital collapsed entirely. The firm was dissolved, its assets liquidated to compensate defrauded clients. Dozens of innocent employees lost their jobs. The entire Chicago finance community was rocked by the scandal. Alex and I both testified at the trials. It was brutal, having to recount everything in open court, being cross-examined by defense attorneys trying to discredit us. But we got through it, supported each other and the other former interns who'd found the courage to speak up. The FBI launched an international manhunt for Marcus. He'd fled to a country without an extradition treaty with the U.S., probably somewhere in Southeast Asia based on financial traces they'd found. But he'd have to stay hidden for the rest of his life, always looking over his shoulder. 3 years passed. Alex finished his degree and got a job at a nonprofit fighting financial fraud and supporting exploitation victims. I eventually found work at a smaller firm that valued ethics over prestige. We stayed in touch, bonded permanently by what we'd been through together. I tried to move on with my life, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about Marcus often. Wondering where he was, if he felt any remorse, if he was still hurting people somewhere under a new identity. Then, 5 years after everything started, I got another call from Agent Torres. "I wanted you to hear this directly from me," she said. "We've added Marcus Chen to the FBI's most wanted list." My breath caught. The FBI's most wanted list was reserved for the most dangerous and high-priority fugitives. Terrorists, murderers, organized crime leaders. Agent Torres explained that the investigation had continued even after Marcus fled. They discovered his fraud was even bigger than initially known, over $70 million stolen from hundreds of victims. They'd also uncovered evidence that Marcus had been running similar schemes at 3 previous firms before Meridian, going back almost 15 years. The full scope of his crimes was staggering. He'd probably victimized over 40 young people across multiple companies, using the same pattern of grooming and coercion to involve them in his financial crimes. The psychological damage he'd inflicted was incalculable. Making him a top 10 most wanted fugitive meant massive resources would go toward finding him. His face would be on wanted posters everywhere. The reward for information leading to his capture was $250,000. "You and Alex did this," Agent Torres said. "If you hadn't been brave enough to speak up and persistent enough to keep pushing when everyone tried to silence you, he'd still be operating freely. Still hurting people. Instead, he's a fugitive who'll eventually be caught and brought to justice." After I hung up, I called Alex immediately. He'd already heard from Agent Torres too. We talked for over an hour, processing this surreal development. "Do you think they'll catch him?" Alex asked. "Eventually. Guys on the most wanted list always get caught eventually. It might take years, but someone will recognize him. He'll slip up. And when they do catch him, he'll spend the rest of his life in prison." I still can't believe how long it took for anyone to listen to us. I know. But they eventually did. That has to count for something. We talked about how different our lives were now compared to 5 years ago. Alex was genuinely happy in his work, helping other victims of financial exploitation, turning his trauma into purpose. I was in a healthier work environment where I didn't have to constantly watch my back or question whether my superiors were trustworthy. The other former interns had moved on too in various ways. Some had left finance entirely. Others had used their experiences to become advocates for better workplace protections and whistleblower support. All of them were healing, slowly but steadily. I still have nightmares sometimes. About being in that office, feeling powerless, being told I was dramatic and ruining someone's reputation by telling the truth. About watching Alex suffer and being unable to help him initially. about all the ways the system failed us before it finally worked. But I also have moments of profound gratitude. Grateful that I heard that conversation in the conference room that night. Grateful that Alex trusted me enough to ask for help. Grateful that we found each other and found other victims who were willing to speak up. Grateful that eventually, someone in authority actually listened and cared. The FBI's most wanted poster for Marcus Chen hangs on my wall at home. Not as a trophy, but as a reminder. A reminder that speaking up matters. That persistence matters. That even when powerful people tell you you're being dramatic and ruining reputations, sometimes you're actually exposing criminals and saving future victims. Marcus's poster shows his Harvard headshot, looking confident and charismatic. The same face that charmed clients and colleagues for years. The same smile that concealed predatory calculation. The text below lists his crimes in clinical language: fraud, money laundering, exploitation, conspiracy. Underneath all that, in bold letters, wanted by the FBI. I think about all the times we were told to stay quiet. All the people who knew something was wrong but looked the other way to protect their careers or preserve the company's reputation. All the systems that failed to protect vulnerable young people from someone who saw them as tools to be used and discarded. And I think about what would have happened if Alex and I had listened to those people telling us to drop it. How many more interns would have been victimized? How much more money would have been stolen? How much longer Marcus would have operated with impunity? The poster is a reminder that we made the right choice, even though it cost us both dearly in the short term. Even though we lost jobs and opportunities and peace of mind. Even though we were threatened and gaslit and told we were destroying an innocent man's reputation. We weren't destroying an innocent man. We were exposing a criminal. There's a fundamental difference that people in power often try to blur. Sometimes I wonder if Marcus ever thinks about Alex and me. If he realizes that two young people he underestimated and tried to silence ultimately brought down his entire operation. If he feels anything resembling remorse for the lives he damaged and destroyed. Probably not. People like Marcus rarely feel genuine remorse. They feel anger at being caught, resentment toward those who expose them, frustration at consequences for their actions. But actual understanding of the harm they caused? That requires an empathy they fundamentally lack. Last month, Agent Torres called with an update. They'd gotten a credible tip about Marcus's location, somewhere in Thailand. They were working with international law enforcement to track him down. She thought they might actually be close to capturing him. I allowed myself to feel hope. Hope that this 5-year nightmare might finally have a real ending. That Marcus would face trial, be convicted, spend decades in prison paying for what he did to so many people. But even if they never catch him, even if he manages to stay hidden for the rest of his life, I know we did the right thing. We spoke up when everyone told us to stay silent. We persisted when the powerful tried to silence us. We protected future victims even though we couldn't protect ourselves at the time. That's the whole story. It's not dramatic or satisfying like TV shows where justice comes quickly and victims are believed immediately. It's messy and frustrating and took years of persistent effort against institutional resistance. But we did it. Alex and I, along with the other brave former interns who came forward. We exposed a predator and a major financial criminal. We brought down a company that enabled and protected him. We sparked changes in how internship programs are monitored and how financial transactions are audited. And Marcus Chen, the star performer who seemed untouchable, is now number 7 on the FBI's most wanted list. His face is plastered everywhere as a fugitive. He can never use his real identity again, never go home, never see his kids, never live openly. He called us rats for trying to ruin his reputation. But we didn't ruin anything. We revealed the truth. And the truth was that behind his charming facade and impressive credentials was a criminal who systematically exploited vulnerable young people for his own gain. That truth needed to be told, regardless of what it cost us. And I'd do it all over again, even knowing how hard it would be, because some things are more important than career advancement or staying in powerful people's good graces. Speaking up is one of those things. Protecting others is one of those things. Refusing to be silenced by people who benefit from silence is one of those things. If you're reading this and you're going through something similar, a trusted authority figure exploiting their position, a workplace covering up misconduct, powerful people telling you to stay quiet, please speak up. Document everything. Find others who've had similar experiences. Go outside the corrupt system if the system won't listen. It will be hard. It might cost you opportunities. People will try to discredit you and protect the abuser. The process will take longer than you want and be more painful than you expect. But it matters. Your voice matters. The truth matters. And eventually, if you're persistent enough and brave enough, someone will listen. Someone will investigate. Someone will care. And the person who seemed untouchable will face consequences. Maybe not immediately. Maybe not easily. But eventually. Marcus Chen thought he was too smart, too connected, too charismatic to ever face justice. He called us rats and laughed at the idea that we could touch him. Now he's on the FBI's most wanted list, and we're rebuilding our lives with the knowledge that we stopped him from hurting anyone else. So to Marcus, wherever you're hiding, we won. Not because we're on some poster or because we got revenge. We won because we told the truth and eventually someone listened. We won because you're alone and afraid instead of freely hurting more people. And eventually, they'll find you. And you'll face everything you spent 15 years avoiding. That's justice. It's slow and imperfect and doesn't undo the harm you caused. But it's real. And it's coming for you. We just had to be patient and persistent enough to see it through.